Right. The first question is, can everybody hear me? If someone can say in the comments. Okay, good. People can hear. The next question is whether or not this is massively delayed. I don't know how. I don't know how you can answer that actually. I'm hoping. I mean, the chat might be delayed in terms of the live stream, but I'm hoping, unlike the last time I tried live streaming, that the video isn't entirely out of sync with the audio. Last time I think that happened because the internet here was, it still is, but was terribly slow. We had to have people come out and help with it, and people from BT to fix the internet because it's terribly slow, and it explained why it would always take me hours upon hours to upload a video to YouTube. So I'm hoping that's why it was really laggy and slow last time I did this. I'm hoping it's going to be better, because if it's not, the whole idea of reading my own stories will be really hard, in the sense that if the audio's out with the video, you won't be able to read along because it'll probably be on a complete wrong page in terms of what I'm reading at the time. That might be the case, in which case you won't be able to read along. I don't know if many of you would want to read along. It's a lot of effort, but I'm making the option anyway because I need to have something on screen and I don't show my face. At least not yet. Maybe that will change one day. The reason I don't show my face, if you wonder that, is for confidentiality reasons of my work, really. It was something we were always advised in training, to be really careful about having an online presence because it could affect your work with kids. It could affect it in a lot of ways. And I have mixed views on that nowadays. I was always very strict going into it because that's what I was taught. I think there's a lot of positives that could come from, revealing that side and not having it so separated. The way other therapists do online. I think there are positives to it. I think a lot of it comes from traditional fears in the therapy society about the idea of that kind of stuff. What the internet can be at its worst is very toxic, and I think that makes it seem like a scary place that can cause a lot of problems. But I think if you understand that, it can be a real positive. Show your face but wear a disguise like a fake moustache. I've already got a moustache, so that wouldn't work. I'd have to shave it, and I don't want to do that because I will look like a child again. I have a real baby face under my beard. That's one of the reasons I have it. The other being, I forget to shave anyway. It's just a lot of effort. I'm not good at those kind of things. I forget to have a haircut. I do have a haircut. It's probably about, I don't know, it must be every 6 months. Sometimes I've gone 9 months where I'll cut it, and I like it really short, my hair. But then I just forget, and I can't be bothered, and there's other things I've got to do a certain day. And hairdressers I now have always jokes that they don't know who I am when I come, and they'll say, see you next year and things. Right, anyway, so I'm making sure I can read the chat alongside everything. Yes, I can. That's good. You can all hear. There's about a 5-second delay. That's not too bad. Assuming that is with audio and visual. That's doable, I think. Like a choose your own adventure book. I just keeping up to date with the comments. There's Stephen Whitaker there, who's commented a lot and donated very generously the other day. Tyler Hackner, you've come up a lot in the comments before. I'm not going to just read comments of names of people I recognise. That's dull, isn't it? Anyway, yeah. What was I saying? I don't know. The point is, we're going to start reading short stories at some point soon. My old short stories, and I could be very embarrassed because they could be terrible. They could be really good. I don't know. Some of them I have read. I'd say there's about 2 of them I've read in the last year and felt okay about. There's certain things I don't like about this collection of short stories, and I'll get to that later. a lot of it I think does hold up from what I've read of two of the short stories. Other ones I've got no idea, and it's been years. I don't even know how long it was since I wrote these. I know I compiled them later, but some of them are really old written ones. So we're going to get to that. The point of this live stream was originally going to be to help raise money for Lennon. I was unsure as I put in a poll about the idea of doing a GoFundMe to begin with. In a way, I still feel kind of uncomfortable having done it, because you don't know whether people feel obliged to stretch their bank balances for the sake of helping me. That's not what I want anyone to do. You know, the idea of doing something like that is people who can afford to help would help a little bit. I hope doing something like that, whether you mean to or not, doesn't unintentionally pressure people who can't really afford it to feel like they should be doing something. So I hope it wasn't that. Some people donated a hell of a lot of money though, which makes me question that. Either they're paying money they can't afford, and I'm going to feel horrible about that, but I never know because it was anonymously donated, or they're incredibly rich. I don't know. Either way, I think I just have to accept it as generosity. You're all sensible people. I assume everyone I've been in contact with and gotten to know through doing this has been sensible, mature people. I can hope that, that you didn't feel pressured, that it was a choice, an option you were given. That's what everyone said about doing a GoFundMe. It's an option I'm providing. It's no one's forced to. I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think it was particularly important. Very, very few of my audience is under the age of 18, which makes me feel really old when I think about that. Like, I'm what? I'll be turning 28 soon. So it's only 10 years younger than me, and yet I'm so out of touch already with the youth. Although, to be fair, at that age, I don't think I'd have bothered watching film analysis. I wouldn't have had an interest in that. But a lot of people do. I think that's bizarre in that way, isn't it? This kind of stuff I do, analysing films or whatever. If you're in school and in a literature lesson, your teacher's trying to do it with poetry, at least I did at the time, I found it the most boring, dull thing in the world. I wouldn't have understood why anyone was interested in it. And yet, at the same time, there's people who might feel that in class and then go away and watch videos of someone doing something similar. I'm getting on a tangent again. You know how I do that in videos. It's worse live. I hope my voice doesn't sound too bad as well, by the way. I've still somewhat been recovering from COVID. I think I'm fine now, really, but there's the lingering effects, I guess, on my throat and things. I've got a bottle of water next to me and a bottle of lemon lime juice, one of my favourite drinks. So what was I saying before I went off on a tangent about how I go off on tangents? I was saying, I was supposed to be talking about how grateful I am for the help with Lennon. I mean, it is pretty insane. I honestly expected, I don't know, maybe I'd raise 100, 200 quid or something, and then I'd have to keep trying to find other ways to fit the rest of the bill. You know, someone suggested in the comments you should try like doing some delivery work for Domino's to earn a bit of money, and then I was thinking something like that might be quite good. I don't know if that's viable for me because I live way out in a village, and I think the nearest Domino's there is closed down. But I don't know, looking for something like that, I just thought I'd do it, raise a little bit if I can to help, and then suddenly in like one night we've got enough. We've got more. That's mad. Lennon can get the surgery that she needs, which is a massive relief. I was quite overwhelmed by it. I think my girlfriend was at the time. I mean, we were messaging in WhatsApp throughout the whole thing going on, and she was quite overwhelmed that people would care that much. And it is nice. I mean, I think I said everything more eloquently in a community post I put out afterwards, but I just am really grateful. It does mean a lot because we do care about Lennon. and we want to give it every chance. I'm not going to tell anyone when the surgery is, because that day is going to be a particularly busy day. We're both going to be stressed and worrying about it. It's almost certainly going to be fine, but there's always the slight worry about anaesthetic, I guess. So we'll have that on our minds. Also, it'll be a very busy day for me of counselling, so I'm going to have to drive off to the vets. Lennon goes there, then I'm going to have to go to work, and then hopefully get a call at some point, and then come back after work, and try and get there before the vet shuts, and then come home. And like, with all of that going on, I don't want to have to be thinking about updating everyone that day. So I think I'm not going to tell you when it happens, so that nobody's waiting. I don't know how invested any of you are in Lennon's well-being anymore, if you're that deep into it, but that you would worry on the day it happens. But just so it's something less on my mind that day, and then after it's all done, after she's had the surgery, the next day I'll update you on everything that happened. Someone's put, what happened to your bunny? That just goes to show how it's really hard to put any content out that reaches all your subscribers and everything. She's ill. She has a lot of problems with her teeth, really, which has then caused other issues, including abscesses in her mouth, and it could become very serious. Thankfully, she's not too bad at the moment, but that she's still eating hard foods and still very active and things. But when the vet saw her, he was incredibly surprised she's not on a liquid diet right now. And it could go downhill incredibly quickly. I think most illnesses with rabbits do go downhill massively quick. So she needs surgery. We couldn't afford it because vet bills are crazy, and all of you helped out. And this live stream was going to be to try and help raise a little bit of money, but it's all done. I'm not going to ask any more money from anyone. I can't do that. That's not what people are supposed to do when they're on live streams. They're supposed to demand super chats from you and things. But no, do whatever you think. So this is just to say thank you now. And I'm going to read short stories, which I will get to. You may have noticed the random collection of phrases written on the screen, which you can hopefully see. Can everybody see that? It looks like you can. Can you read it is what I mean. Does the font need to be bigger? Or is it too big, or whatever? And I'll just read some of the chat as well. It's really hard talking and reading. I'm not good at this. I consider it a skill to live stream, which I don't have. Have you thought about making crib books for literature or a video equivalent to help people studying? Crib books, but I'm assuming that means like, I don't know what it means. Is that like Cliff Notes and those kind of stuff, or like critical analysis books? Because that'd be an interesting thing to do. I used to really like reading them, actually, surprisingly. I've never thought about that. That'd be an interesting idea, wouldn't it? Maybe I could. There's once upon a time I was doing a analysis on the poem The Wasteland by T.S. Eliot, one of my favourite poems, and I never finished it because basically I was advised not to. I was told it's harming your algorithm chances doing things like that. But I still want to finish it sometime. I still plan to do like it as an unlisted video at the very least. But I don't know, maybe something like that. Yeah, I could put those kind of analyses into a book or something. I don't know. The thing of right now is getting out a collection of poetry that I've had set, illustrations even done, and I've just not got round to putting it together and getting it published. That's the first focus. That's something I really need to get on with this year. Yeah, so, alright. Assuming the yes means you can all read fine. If you need the font any bigger or whatever, just let me know at any point. These collection of words are actually the names of the short stories. Some of them are very odd when I look at them now. And in a way that was the point at the time I wrote this. You might be able to read, if you've got good eyesight, that the name of the Word document is Odd Things Collection. The collection I called the Book of Odd Things. And part of what it was compiled like this as is, some of these were old short stories I'd written a long time ago that I then worked a bit, but it was working on my novel. And which I'm still in the process of. I talked about that a bit on Patreon from time to time. I can talk about that later if you want. In that, there is a character who is a writer, and I got to thinking, well, I should probably have some idea what sort of stories that character would write, what would fit with her personality and things. And I liked quite the idea of building it into the lore of my fantasy world. I call it a fantasy world. That's quite a loose term in terms of what you think of a fantasy. It's quite different. But I thought it'd be nice to have some sort of work written by this character that I can then dip in and out of and quote and things in my novel if I ever need to. It's unlikely I would, but just to have it there. So I started to think about what their writing would look like, and I ended up with an Odd Things collection, I guess. And you can probably get some of that from reading the titles. There's a bit of, I don't know, there's a deliberate mix between something quite poignant and sad, I think, in a lot of these stories, mixed with very childish, almost too childish, kind of playful, slightly manic humour that in places feels deliberately jarring. Because that's what I thought suited for the character, and that's a lot of what you'll get in this. And I think reading back some of it, I might be uncomfortable by those bits. There might be bits that do feel like the humour is slightly forced or jarring with what's going on. And those are the bits I'm most concerned about. I might read them and cringe. I don't know. That was what suited for the character. So that's what I went with. That's then my excuse. But you can see some of it, I guess, in like short story titles like An Educational Thing About Trees That Is True as Well. Or Good Pubbins. I've got some memory of what some of these are. Some of them I know what they all are, like an overview sense, but like If Flowers Could Tell Myths, I don't really remember anything about what's in that short story. Conferences Are Boring. I quite like that as a name. Wow, what a dramatic, hooking title that is. So we're going to get to that in a minute. I'm going to try and dip back and forth between the chat in case there's anything any of you want to ask or whatever, and I can talk about other stuff. I probably should say more about Lennon. I may drop that in and out from time to time, but I'm really grateful. We're both really grateful. In fact, my girlfriend messaged me this morning knowing I was going to do a live stream and was like, can I say thank you to everyone? So she recorded like a short voice message that I can play into the microphone at some point. I could do it now if you want. Do people want that now, or would you rather I got started and then come back to that sort of stuff? I don't know. Also got from eFox Kitsune, who also comments a lot, is now a Patreon as well. Can I just say the Wasteland analysis was so good, and I really appreciated it when I was studying for my literature finals. I do hope you continue it someday. So do I. It's a really shame I didn't, because I remember writing the script for the whole next bit of it, and it was quite a long bit. I think I even may have recorded the audio for it. And then I remember, I don't know what I was doing at the time video-wise. There was a lot of videos I needed to do quickly at the time, and I felt like I didn't have quite the time to get that one done, and then it just slid out of view, and then, a week passed, and then eventually I forgot about it, and then I'm like, it's not going to get many views going back to, and then I've just never quite found the time. But I do really want to finish that. I think all of the series I've started on my channel, I do really want to finish. I like Spirited Away is the one people always comment on, like, are you going to finish this series? People worry that I've like given up with it, and I understand that because it's been ages, and a lot of that with the Spirited Away series is that I just sometimes can't bear the massive ordeal of having a huge copyright fight over Studio Ghibli every time I put out one of those videos. It's such an ordeal. Like to make a whole hour-long video like that, which takes ages, only to then have to go through an entire copyright fight for a month or two over it, to then finally get it out. It feels such a lot that I'm like, I'll just do this other thing first, this other idea that I've got that I'm excited about that can get views and be out now, you know? So it's kind of like waiting for a time that feels right. Perhaps I'll have another video that will hit really well at some point, and then that will give me a bit of breathing room to focus on something like that without feeling pressured to get something out, you know, because YouTube can be a bit like trying to keep the momentum going at my level, like constantly trying to feed an engine, otherwise it dies out and you lose all your momentum. And if I was a bigger channel, I wouldn't have to worry about those things so much, but I do at this level. But yeah, as I say, one day I'd like to finish all of those things, and I genuinely intend to, including The Wasteland. If I don't release it as a public video, at some point it will be unlisted, and like I did with the Katie series now, you'll be able to find it, and I'll let everyone know. Yeah, okay, so we're going to read in a minute. There's two ways I can do this. I can either go through them in order, because from what I remember there is something of an order to these short stories, very loosely. Although thinking of Nema The Puddle is probably not the best one to start with. I don't know what everyone was going to make of that one. That's one of the ones I remember being quite weak, but that's just me worrying what everybody's going to think about my old writing. So either we can go through them in order, or you can tell me which ones sound the most interesting. And in a way that's a fun way, a sort of voting on what the hell short story you'd like to read first. Yeah, you know what, we're going to do that. You can all vote which of those short stories titles on the screen seems most appealing, and then I'm going to read it. And while I let you decide and answer stuff in the chat, I'm going to play the recorded message that my girlfriend sent me this morning thanking you for Lennon. I've got it on my phone. I'm hoping if I just play it near the microphone you'll be able to hear, so here's that.
Hi there, my name's Kirstie. Lennon, Hendrix and Freddie are like children to us. Speaking of Fred, if you can hear like a digging in the background, he's at it again. You're probably used to it in Joe's videos. You can always hear him getting up to nonsense in the background, but yeah. We love the bunnies so much and would do anything for them. It's tough to ask for help. Like, both of us really struggle with this. But Lennon is so important that we have to kind of put them feelings to one side just to save the little lady. Me and Joe were messaging when the community posts and the GoFundMe went live. When the donations started to pour in and all the kind comments wishing Lennon the best, I was completely overwhelmed with gratefulness towards you. You are all such kind people, and because of you we can have more time with our Lennon, which is all we want. We aren't ready to say goodbye to her yet. She's our kind, stubborn, curious, lovable, sometimes very annoying Lennon. Yeah, because of you we have an opportunity to have many more years with her, and I will always be thankful. So thank you very much. We would definitely like to take you along on this journey with us by updating you on the surgery outcome, showing you Lennon's recovery, and hopefully showing you a much floppier, happier girl in the end. We also want to give back, so any leftover funds after Lennon has had her surgery, we do want to donate to local rabbit rescues, especially one that the girls are originally from. But yeah, I've rambled a lot, but I just want you to know that I am so thankful and I appreciate all of you a lot.
So there's that message that she recorded this morning. Yeah, I think that says it all quite nicely. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat and realising I said while I played that people could vote on what short story to read, and there's still nothing in the chat yet, which means either it's become massively delayed now, it's like a minute and a half out, or none of you mind, or oh, Kirstie is so sweet, I'm so glad someone's put, so I guess that is playing at the moment. So it's probably a bit delayed, which makes me worry that the audio and video is going to be out when I start trying to read, and it'll make it difficult to read along. I don't know. But Fox Kasune has to go, but wish it a great time. Bye all. Yeah, see you later. It's nice you could come about for any of this. For 28 minutes you've been able to be here for me rambling nothing and not getting going. So I hope that was good. I don't see anything where I can vote personally. Oh yeah, I just meant in the chat what people thought, because I don't know how to put together polls. Very nice. Could you use the money to insurance for rabbits? I mean, that's another... I hadn't thought of that. That's possible. I don't know. I'll talk to Kirstie about that. I don't mind which one we start with. Dealer's Choice. Starry Night we got from Stephen Whittaker. We can just go through it in order, I suppose. Alright, we'll go through it in order. I'll tell you what. We're going to start reading now, and maybe between each short story I'll stop to read some more of the chats, and you can ask me questions and things like that. And I hope my reading voice holds up. Despite the cold I'm still slightly recovering from. Like, I've known the Catelyn video, which if anyone's waiting for it, the video analysing Catelyn Stark, that is in the process of being edited. I wanted it out this weekend, but everything with Lennon and all sorts of other things have pushed it back again. But that is 100% the next video I'm putting out now, by the way. But anyway, recording that at the time was such a hassle, having to speak for that long when my throat was still slightly struggling from illness and things, and I was like having to stop every few moments to cough. And I ended up with 2.5 hours of recorded audio about Catelyn Stark, but I think probably it's a lot less if you cut out all of the coughing. Anyway, let's start reading, shall we? The first one is Nema The Puddle. Yeah, not the best. One of the weaker stories, I think, from what I remember, but we're just going to read it and see, okay? Nobody's allowed to judge me on my old writing. And I hope you can see it on the screen. If it's too small, let me know. Or if it's out of sync, let me know that as well. Dear Diary, everybody laughed at me today, because when Mrs. Will asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, I said a puddle. Now they keep picking on me. Charlie and Rufus won't leave me alone. They call me Puddle Girl, and it's not nice. Mrs. Wilt says I have to ignore them, but my mum says it's rude to ignore people, so now I don't know what to do. Lucy says she doesn't have to do reading time because she gets to draw pictures for a different teacher. I want to draw pictures, but I'm not allowed because Lucy is more sad than me. I don't think she's really sad though, because no one calls her Puddle Girl. Mum says we're going on a big holiday soon, and we have to put everything in boxes. I told her Fluffy Bear and Hops can't go in boxes because they can't breathe. My brother says I'm stupid, but he believes in the Tooth Fairy. He eats lots and lots of sugar when Mum's not looking to make his teeth fall out, because then the Tooth Fairy will make him rich. I know she's not real, and even if she is, she only pays for clean teeth. Mum says I've got to come and help her do my homework now. I quite like that line. Help her do my homework. I want to talk to you more, but I have to wait. From Nema. Dear Diary, it's raining today. The sky is raining, the roof is raining, the gutter is raining, even the trees are raining. I wanted to go to the shops like we always do on Saturday, but Mum says it's not nice enough weather. Not fair. Just because it's wet, it doesn't mean it's not nice. And even if it's not nice, it's not going to get any but nicer if nobody wants to see it. I think I'd turn really mean if nobody wanted to go near me. That's what Jane is. No one ever wants to play with her. I would try asking, but she'd call me Puddle Girl again. I think Ivan's the real Puddle because he always wheezes himself when we have a timed test. Do you think there are things in the world that people want to be when they grow up? I asked my brother, and he said chickens want to be people. Oh, do you think there are things in the world that want to be people when they grow up? I asked my brother, and he said chickens want to be people, because then they won't be eaten. But if they did become people, they would have to eat other chickens, and that means they're eating themselves. Mum said not always, because they could be vegetish. How do you know if you're vegetish or not? I think it's one of those tests the doctors does and says, yes, you have this problem, now you drink this to be better. Doctors must be very sad, because they always talk about the bad things that are wrong. If I was a doctor, I would tell everyone they have really nice hair, because then they will smile, and then I will smile too. Then people won't feel so bad when you tell them they're dying. The doctor didn't say that to Dad though, because he doesn't have hair. Mum's making spaghetti. She says spaghetti is the short name for spag bowl, but I prefer to call it spaggy. From me. Ooh, suddenly this is quite sad. Dear Diary, I don't want to go on holiday, and neither does my brother. I don't know why we have to. Mum never lets us pick things. Even worse, we've only gone to a hotel at the other end of town. Even worse, we still have to go to school. I drew a picture of a cat, and I tried to hold it out the window so the rain would make it cry. But the rain won't touch it. Mum says the rain must be falling the wrong way, but that means it's falling up. Can rain fall up? You can fall upstairs, because I did that and hurt my knee. I still want to be a puddle, and no one can change my mind. Lucy always talks about wanting to be a mummy. Only posh people and babies say mummy. It's stupid wanting to be a mummy anyway, when you grow up, because you can be other things too. My mum is a mummy, but she also makes soup for people. I might be a mum when I grow up, but I could be a puddle too. If Lucy only wants to be one thing, then she's boring. My brother says there are people that walk the roads and shout about what they are. He said Dad did that before he got ill, but Dad isn't stupid. If I was a puddle, I wouldn't shout about being a puddle. I don't like shouting though, so maybe it's one of those things I'm too young for. I think people shout more when they grow up, because they don't have good ears. My brother says if boys shout too much, they drop their voice. If you dropped your voice in the toilet, would it be flushed away and not come back? Maybe you would grow a new voice, like growing a new tooth. Maybe people drop their voice every night and grow a new one when they sleep. If that's true, I'm not going to sleep anymore, because I like my voice the way it is. Your best friend, Nema. Dear Diary, here are all the reasons I think it's good to be a puddle. 1. Puddles stay in one place, so all the raindrops that join would get to spend lots of time with you and never ever go away. So you would be really happy and really good friends and everything would stay good. 2. Puddles get to break the rules and no one tells them off. They make water where there's not supposed to be water. I think that's called trespassing, but they can't be arrested because you can't put handcuffs on puddles. I saw a policeman try once, but he couldn't do it. 3. You get to splash people all the time. One day, when I'm a puddle, Charlie and Rufus will be walking down the street saying, "Who are we going to beat up next? I really want to punch Nema again." And they'll be really happy and walking like it's a normal day, but then I'll splash them and make them sad. 4. They make holes look really nice by filling them up with water. Holes in the ground are dark and horrible, and if you fall into a really, really big hole, you turn into a rat. Puddles are pretty though. It's like when my mum put my picture over the crack in the wall. If I was a puddle, I'd make the roads look better. 5. If you look right at a puddle, it turns into a mirror. When I'm a puddle, people will look at me, and I can make them look at themselves instead, and then they'll be happy. Do mirrors get sad though? Because no one can ever see what they really look like? Or does it make them happy because they stay hidden? I think both things. There's a mirror in the hotel and I tried looking at it really hard, but I couldn't see the mirror at all. It's always just me. Maybe mirrors are shy, like chameleons, and only show themselves when no one's looking. I will have to look at the mirror when it thinks I'm not looking. I'll pretend to close my eyes, but keep them open a bit. 6. All puddles dry up in the end, but when they do, they leave a hole behind for a new puddle to fill up. It's like leaving a home, which is sad, but then someone else gets to live in that home, which is happy. Maybe they need a home more than you, and that's why the puddle dries up. Love from Nema. Dear Diary, We saw Grandad today. He thinks I should be a puddle, but he didn't say why. Nothing's happened here. Mum looked sad today, but I think that's because her phone stopped working. I wish I had something to write about. I'm fed up with my brother and I'm fed up with school. He keeps making me have Jedi fights with him, and it's really stupid because his arm hurts. I tried to play with Fluffy Bear and Hops, but Hops is sick and told me to go away. Sick people always tell you to go away, but if you tell them to go away, then they say, "Fine, I will," and then they die. Hops won't die, because Fluffy Bear has medicine. I heard Grandad call Mum pathetic today. I think it's because she hasn't kicked me out the family yet, and only someone pathetic would take so long to do it. I think that's why Grandad wants me to be a puddle, because then I'd be gone, and everyone would be happy again. Dad would come back to life too. Yours faithfully, Nema! To Diary. I hate you. I thought you were my friend, but you're really mean. Grandad's gone home, but I'm not going to tell you anything anymore because you make me think bad stuff, and that's not nice. If you were a friend, you would make me think only good things, and everything would be nice, but now I hate you. And Mum says it's bad to hate, so now I hate myself too. I've had enough of thinking things. I don't know why I do it. What if everything you write down is really a magic spell that makes those things happen in real life? If that's true, I live in a mansion, Dad has come back, Mum still loves me, and my brother is nice, but I'm not a puddle. I don't want to be a puddle anymore, because I'm evil. I want to be a twig. Dear Diary, I know the things I write aren't magic spells, because it's been a month, and I don't live in a mansion. Dad is still being eaten by worms, my brother is a bully, and I know Mum doesn't love me, because she called me a little terror today. I don't hate you anymore. I think it is good to think things, because it's what people do when nothing is happening. Mrs. Wilt said there were always things happening, but I don't think that's true. How would anyone know if there were always things happening? Because people are too busy thinking things with their own heads to concentrate on whether real things are happening or not. You would have to stop someone from ever thinking things forever, and he would have to never die. Then, at the end of the world, you could ask him if there was always something happening, and he'd tell you. I think he would say no. Mum says we've found a new house, and that's good, because I don't like the cleaners coming into our hotel room, because they always move Fluffy Bear and Hops. I don't like Adam though, even though he helped pay for the hotel and bought me a dress. I don't like dresses. But I am happy because the sun is shining. If the sun is shining, that must mean the world is happy. And if the world is happy, I must be happy too. But I just don't realise it yet. I don't think I'm evil. I don't want to be a puddle when I grow up, or a twig. I just want to grow up. Love from Nema. Damn. I liked that more than I thought I would, to be fair. That was quite moving. I don't know how anyone else found that. I'm gonna stop and look at the chat for a minute now. Do you have a good old cup of tea next to you to help? No, I've just got a bottle of water and a bottle of lemon lime drink. Both in bottles because I have this slight paranoia that I'm going to knock something onto the laptop, so I keep unscrewing the lid and screwing it back on every time I take a drink. It's very interesting. This sounds a lot like books by Judy Blume. It reminds me of Super Fudge. I don't know any Judy Blume books, actually. I've got To Diary of a Heartbreak. So earnest. I forgot it was a short story. I got immersed. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to expect of that one because it's quite an odd way to begin a collection of short stories with a diary, I suppose. But there's something really nice. I'm now just flicking back and through the story so far. There's something really genuinely innocent about it in a way I'm surprised I was able to capture. Like some of the thoughts do feel like exactly what a child thinks. It's really kind of fun and playful in that way. It is funny. It made me laugh at points. This there are kind of jokes in here. But I talked about in his collection there are points where the humour can feel forced and jarring. I don't think it does in this story. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I had a slight moment of when I slowly realised all of this talk about illness, meaning her dad had died, and I'd forgotten that, and it kind of dawned on me, and I suddenly felt quite moved by it. It's just a short, quite nice story of a child trying to make sense of a world that doesn't quite make sense, really, the way children have to do, and it's a really difficult thing for any child to do. Just trying to make sense of everything. And sometimes they have questions that can be fun and stupid, and sometimes it's sad, and you get all of it mixed into this nice little melting pot. It's just a story of following someone along their process of trying to make sense of the world for a bit, and then leaving them behind. Nema the Puddle, I don't know where I came up with that, the idea of wanting to be a puddle when you grow up. I like that story. I do. I don't know what everyone else thinks. So Ernest, I forgot it was a short story. I got immersed. That's nice. Just for context, how old were you when you wrote these? I don't know. Because some of them were written at quite a varied amount of times, and then eventually sort of got compiled into this collection a bit later. Or reworked into it. I must have been working on my novel for forever. So it would have come about kind of in the early days of starting work on that novel, is when I would have started writing these sort of things. I don't know. I'm going to say 5 or 6 years maybe ago. So I wasn't young when I wrote these, but I also feel like I've gotten a lot better at writing since. Well, that's what I imagined, but reading that, it feels like quite a solid story to me. It does what it sets out to do. And that's it. I think it does a solid job of that. So, yeah, definitely captured how children feel and think about things happening around them. Yeah. I think it does a good job of that, actually. It's got some really specific thoughts and things. Like, I really like the idea of trying to see what a mirror actually looks like and not managing it, and trying to, like, squint with your eyes a bit closed to try and see what it looks like. I didn't expect to like it this much when I read it back. Judy Blume was very popular when I was growing up. One of the first adult authors to talk about difficult topics. Young adult authors to talk about difficult topics. Yeah, I think I've heard of her. That's as much as I can say, though. That's good, then. I mean, I think stories like this, I think... I don't know, if there is a message in this story, looking at it, I reckon it's that children can handle difficult things. They shouldn't have to, and it's incredibly hard, but sometimes life is sad even when you're a child, and I feel like people get lost sometimes trying to shelter them from everything to the point that it just confuses a child when, like, they know there's something wrong and they're being told mixed messages about it, and if they just knew, then they could start to wrap their head around it. Yeah, so I think it's that, the difficulty and the kind of odd way they try to wrap their head around things, but still doing it and still kind of managing it. It's quite a positive story in that way. It's sad, but I think it does have a positive ending, really, that wants to be a puddle or a twig, it wants to grow up. It's slightly bittersweet, I guess. I like that story a lot, a great start. I can get straight to reading another one if everyone wants, or we can take a bit of a break and talk about things. I don't know. I suppose I could say a bit more about Lennon if anyone's interested. I don't know. I mean, I posted the compilation of the photos and that video. I felt a bit bad releasing that video, actually. That wasn't the plan to publicly release that on the channel. I made that video specifically to link to the GoFundMe page because it made sense there. In the context of going on GoFundMe, that video is really fitting. But I felt like releasing it to a channel publicly without a sort of a start bit to say, you know, you don't have to help if you can't afford it, to say whatever things, without that context around it, it just feels like suddenly dropping a video out of nowhere on my channel going, help me with our rabbit. And it didn't feel, so I should have gone back and edited a bit really, but it doesn't matter. And a while back I decided I wanted to share some of the rabbits more in videos from time to time. I've done it a little bit, but I keep forgetting when I get around to editing videos. I'm so focused on getting the video done that I forget to put things in. Like, I always forget to add like a little overlay Patreon thing that I was told I should put in to encourage it a bit. I always forget to add it. It's not been in any of my videos for ages. But yeah, Lennon is probably the sweetest of the three rabbits we have. We have three. We've got Lennon and Hendrix, who came together. They're both rescue bunnies from before I knew my girlfriend, actually. She must have got them, I reckon, about just under a year before I met her. But we both had house rabbits growing up. She'd had them all her life, and had one called Pepper that was with her. I think it lived till 14 or something. And I had two called Duster and Dylan. Duster died quite young from pneumonia. I was a kid at the time, really, and the knowledge about rabbits that was out there wasn't as well known. You know, house rabbits back then were a really new thing that a lot of people criticised. I remember going to a pet shop once with my dad about the house rabbits to see if we can get some stuff for them, and the pet shop owner telling us, "Oh, don't get rabbits. All they do is eat, sleep, and sex. They're not like dogs and cats, you know." Like, she was giving us great advice. It's like, she doesn't know anything about rabbits. And we didn't know much about them back then, and we were told by someone that they liked the snow. So we took them out. So they had like a run. My granddad used to be a carpenter. He built this big run out in the garden for them. It was a nice, really big thing, so that some days they could go out and enjoy the outside a bit before coming back in and, you know, enjoying the house. And we were told they liked snow, so we took them out. But I think as a result of the cold, Duster got pneumonia and died quite young. Dylan, on the other hand, lived... I think he lived till 14, so maybe I'm confusing that with Pepper. One of them lived till 14. They both lived very long lives for rabbits. And there's even a video on my channel when Dylan died, because it wasn't technically that long ago. So we both had house rabbits always growing up. It was one of the things we bonded over when we met, the fact she had rabbits. Yeah, and Lennon is the sweetest, the one who flops a lot. She's also probably the most stubborn. I don't think a lot of people know this about rabbits, unless you've had them. Unless you've had house rabbits anyway, you know, because I think the common conception of rabbits is that they're these really nice, cute, fluffy, innocent things, and they are, but I think anyone who's had house rabbits also knows they are complete arseholes. They can be so stubborn as animals, insistent on, I mean, really adventurous and curious as well, so if there's like a bit of the house they're not supposed to go in, they will not give up trying to venture into there. I mean, they will eventually, and you can kind of teach them, but it's hard. They're so stubborn, and they make so much noise in the middle of the night. They'll start just digging constantly at stuff they can't even dig. Like, they'll dig against like a metal tray or something, or against wood, and have no effect, but just keep doing it. And you love them for it. It gives them a kind of nice, mischievous feel, I think. Yeah. She's the sweetest but the most stubborn. Hendrix is the biggest and the grumpiest. She doesn't like being picked up that much. And Lennon and Hendrix originally, neither of them were that keen on being petted. I think that's because they're rescue bunnies and they clearly didn't have a good experience before us. When Lennon came, their lop ears, one of her ears was stuck right up in the air, and the vets said that it seems like her ear had been stomped on at some point, so that they were really tentative about touch with humans and things, understandably. Lennon's really good with it, and she likes it a lot now. Hendrix is still... She doesn't dislike it, but she's a bit more hesitant and independent, I think, and she can be grumpy over lots of things. She always comes over for food. She's always wanting more food. And then Fred's our third rabbit, Freddie, who's a lot younger. Me and my girlfriend got him together. He's the small white one with the weird looking eyes. We didn't realise that in the shop. We thought he had a really nice, sweet, cute face. We did get him from the shop, actually. The other two were rescue. It wasn't technically the plan to get him originally. It happened for all sorts of reasons, but yeah, he looked really sweet. And then we took him home and we realised his eyes were incredibly wide and slightly sort of wonky looking, which is quite nice, really. But he's also deaf, which makes things really hard for him. It took us a while to realise he was deaf as well, because he used to just get spooked whenever you'd enter the room. He'd suddenly stomp and scarper. And he wasn't afraid of us, because then a moment later we'd come running over and say hello and things. But it was like not hearing you come in and suddenly someone being there would scare the hell out of him in the early days. And he'd just sort of shoot off for a moment. And he's just really bizarre. Now you need a bunny called Elvis. My girlfriend talked a lot about Hendrix and Lennon she named, obviously, herself. And we named Freddie because it fitted the theme. I think she's talked about Bowie, Cobain, some other ones I forget. I hadn't thought of Elvis. That's an interesting one as well. I realised I hadn't been reading any of the chat while I was talking that. I like that story a lot. A great start. Yes, let's get into another. Sorry, I didn't. I'm going to get into one now, okay? Man, you're so right about children sensing something going on, but parents trying to hide and cover things not to hurt them. Yeah, it does happen, and it's not always a bad thing, because, you got to be safe about what you can tell children. I think parents, though, often are too hesitant about it and too protective, I guess, with those things. I think children can handle a lot. It's about talking to them in a right way and being receptive to them in a way that's helpful, I guess. Because they can handle a lot, but I don't think you just drop a load of stuff very bluntly and leave them to it. You still got to help them through it. I see someone like 60s music, Lennon and Hendrix. Let's rock and roll. Yeah, she likes them more than me. To be fair, I've bizarrely barely listens to any of the Beatles. I don't know why not, especially because I'm a Liverpool fan. So I don't know how that's happened. So it's just more her than me then, but they're great names. We both like Lennon as a girl's name. People always think that she's a he because of John Lennon, but yeah. You're not that late, we just did the first story. Yeah, because I keep talking too much, so let's read the second one, shall we? This second one I do kind of remember. It's called The Dragon Cloud. This one is, I think, probably more what I'm talking about when I say about slightly deliberately forced manic humour that's meant to jar. I remember this one being particularly childish and playful. The last one's childish and playful in a way that suits the context of what it is. This one is a children's story. I don't know if the first one technically is. This one does feel very much like a children's story from what I remember. But I'm saying that, I think, because I'm expecting myself not to like this one. But I said that about the last one, and then I did like it. So we're going to see. Funny, when my niece was 3, she said she wanted to be a curtain. And then she said she later wanted to be a washcloth. I told her that made sense. She had a long way to go to being a curtain. Well, I'm glad the idea of someone wanting to be a puddle is realistic then. Anyway, let's read The Dragon Cloud. Okay? It was a dark and gloomy night, with the thunderous voices of thunder thundering around. Cold, too. And in that dark and gloomy night stood a tower of deepest, darkest black. Black and empty, like a soul-sucked diamond. Cold, too, And in that deepest, darkest tower, in a dark and gloomy night of thunderous voices, was a lonely room. There were lots of lonely rooms, but this particular lonely room was on the top floor of the deepest, darkest tower. It was the same as every other room in the deepest, darkest tower, except it was the one on the top. It was also cold. So high above the world, in that lonely room, where only lonely gits could ever live, there lay an old man on his bed, old and bearded, and probably lonely. He slept very well that night, actually. Most people slept well in this day and age because nightmares had been banned. So, in that lonely room, in the deepest, darkest tower, on a dark and gloomy night, with thunderous voices of thunder thundering all around, he slept very well. Then, in the morning, the sky was blue again. The sun was showing off, and every cloud was a puffy white dragon. What the old man didn't know, his name was Avi, by the way, what Avi didn't know, because his mum never agreed with nursery rhymes, was that some clouds really are puffy white dragons. Well, one cloud anyway, unless there are more we don't know about, was the dragon cloud. You may have seen it from time to time, as it doesn't try to hide. It just moves so slowly and quietly that, unless you looked very, very closely, you'd think it was just another cloud. You are aware of Chinese dragons, I hope. The ones that somehow fly without wings, like huge floating snakes. That's what the dragon cloud looks like, so don't go looking for clouds with fat bellies and big wings, because the dragon cloud doesn't look like that. Chances are, if you've ever seen a very long, very thin streak of white cloud drifting slowly through the air, it's the dragon cloud. What more can be said? No one knows much about the dragon cloud. I suppose he keeps to himself, really. He sails the sky. He bathes his back in the bubbling sun. People have lots of different ideas about where he came from, what he eats and drinks, if he does actually eat or drink, and where he sleeps. No one knows anything, though. Even the nursery rhymes aren't sure. Here's the most famous one. Dragon cloud, sail the sky, don't speak aloud. Silence makes a better you, a weak and dream are never true. Born from the mist that rises out a waterfall, or once a sprout, a bud, a seed from out the earth. Perhaps you started from the earth. Dragon cloud, sail the sky, don't speak aloud. Silence makes a better you, where weak and dream are never true. The many sneer with no belief, to them you are a lie, a thief of thoughts, but please do never tell, for you're my secret, keep it well. Apart from this story I'm about to tell, and was telling before I interrupted myself, this is all I know of the dragon cloud. I'll not interrupt myself anymore. You remember Avi? Nice chap, Avi is. Old as nails, with a beard as long as time. Crooked back, too. Well, that morning after he woke up, he ferreted about the kitchen making a trifle for breakfast. I say kitchen, but his entire home was just one room, so I suppose all of it's the kitchen / bedroom / bathroom / living room in one. KBBL for short. It's quite common in this day and age. He also had a sponge pod. a sponge pod. Everyone has one of those crazy inventions. It's like another mattress, but of green sponge with a glass lid that goes over the top of you. I don't know the scientific words, but you lie in it, and your brain zips into this big computer world where everybody works. Some genius thought it was a lot of effort walking to your office to work every day, especially with so many deep and dark towers about. So he thought, why not send your brain off to the office instead? Like one big video game for jobs. That's all. From 9 AM to 5 PM, Avi lies on his sponge pod and does his job. He sits in a virtual office and does spreadsheets or whatever it is job people do. So that's what happened. His brain went to work until 5 PM, then the glass lid opened and he woke up again. Inside, a ball of mist. Yes, true story, a ball of mist. It certainly confused him. Avi wondered if his eyes had gone clog at first, but nope. He was surrounded by a heavy mist. You might think it fun to wake finding your house has gone foggy, but Avi was an old boy, old git, old duffer, old cold. Too old for this sort of drill. It's very dangerous to trip over at his age, and since he couldn't see where he was going, oh dear, oh dear. Perhaps I left the shower running, and the room has gotten steamy, he said to himself, hobbling his way towards it. Nope, The shower definitely wasn't running. Oddity, he said. I can't picture what else would make it so misty. No toil, I'll just open the window and let the mist out. It took a bit longer to reach the window, because it was on the opposite wall, and he was being especially careful not to bump into anything. Oddity, he said again. The window is already open. I've got fresh air coming in, so why is it still so misty? At this point, Avi heard a rumble. You probably don't know what a rumble is, because it's a word I just made up to describe the extravagant noise that the dragon cloud makes. There's simply no way to describe what it sounds like, other than to say rumble. So, Avi heard a rumble. He gasped, and, would you deem it true, the mist was moving! Like a ripple of changing colour. One patch turned a darker grey, another patch turned a lighter grey. Another part even turned black as the changing shades seemed to roll across it. This was when Avi realised what was going on. The mist looked like it was moving. It sounded like it was making noises too. This quite obviously had to be a giant dragon. Thinking this, Avi then began to notice the snake-like shape of it. It wasn't one ball of mist, but a long, slender body folded up tightly so that it could fit into his room. He also realised why its shade kept changing. It could stretch or shrink its cloud-formed body, you see. If it stretched out its neck, the colour became whiter and more see-through. If it shrank its neck back into its body, it would become darker and thicker. The reason different parts of it kept turning darker or lighter was because it was wriggling about, trying to make space for itself. Cabbity cabbage! Avi exclaimed in surprise. How can I go to the toilet with a dragon in my room? The dragon rumbled again, which made Avi wonder if the dragon had heard and understood what he had said. Sorry, Avi said, in case he had upset the dragon cloud with his cabbity outburst. He then tried patting its body, but realised he couldn't exactly pat a cloud. What is it you're doing in my room? He asked. Rather than rumbling an answer, which Avi obviously wouldn't understand, the cloud turned part of its body so that, out of the middle of the mist, emerged its head. You could tell it was its head because it was shaped as you'd expect a dragon's head to be shaped. There were also 2 holes for what must be the eyes and 2 more for nostrils. It looked at him for a blinkless moment, then turned to look at the window. Yes, that's how you got in, said Avi. I can see that, but why did you? Avi knew the answer even before he'd finished asking. Something of the sad look about the dragon made him understand. The answer simply drifted into his thoughts, as easily as the dragon had drifted through his window. Oh, you didn't mean to enter. You weren't trying to, but the strong wind blew you inside and now you're trapped. The dragon started rumbling very loudly and very sadly at this. Avi must have been right. It must be trapped. The dragon was slowly turning darker and darker the longer it was sat there, as though just being cramped up in this room was wearing it out. I've got to find a way to set you free. Just then, there was a knock at Avi's door. It gave him a heart attack, metaphorically, and set off the dragon cloud rumbling again. It wasn't common for people to knock on your door in those times. Why leave your own room and walk to someone else's when you can just get in your sponge pod and meet them through that? There was a knock at Avi's door anyway, just the one, then a muffled voice. Grandad, it's me. What's all that noise? Are you okay? Cabbity cabbage! It's a ridiculous thing to say. Cavity cabbage! Avi exclaimed again. Nisha's here. I forgot Nisha was coming today. Nisha was his granddaughter, who devotedly came over once a week. He didn't want her to know there was a dragon in his room. For one, she was always telling him off for not tidying up properly. For 2, she probably wouldn't believe him. She'd probably come up with some logical explanation for it all and then tell him he was being old and stupid. For 3, she'd probably turn on the extractor fan and the dragon cloud would be sucked away into an even smaller space. I'm fine, my sweet tooth, Avi shouted through the door. I'm just, hoovering the carpet. I'll be out in a minute. Why will you be out? I want to come in, you old rake. Nisha tried turning the handle, but it was locked. Just a minute, Avi called again. He turned to hiss sharply at the dragon cloud. Be quiet, be quiet. I'll need to explain it all to her carefully. She won't listen if I don't do it right. Just stay quiet and don't move. He allowed himself a few minutes to think over his opening lines, praying he would get the chance to say them before she noticed the cloud. He opened the door. He opened it wide enough to stick his head out and... Happy birthday! He said. Should that be... No, yeah, it is he said. Happy birthday, he said. The sight of her hair in a braided tiara made him realise the date was the 3rd of June. She always braided her hair for her birthday. Growing up now, aren't you? What is it, 31? I'm 46, Grandad. Well, you look much younger to me. That's because you're old and your eyes don't work properly. Can I come in? Yes, Avi replied, completely forgetting everything he had planned to say. Although, what about tea at the Prince? Go out? You're too old, Grandad. You can't go out. I'm too old to waste the last drips of my life away in a stupid room, that's what. Can I just come in? Asked Nisha. We can argue over a cuppa if that's what you really want to do. The dragon cloud then rumbled. It was loud enough to drown out Avi's sigh of defeat. He closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable question. What was that? Nothing. Nisha pushed past him and looked up at the dark grey cloud enveloping his home. That's nothing. Well, it is something, but it's nothing to jump to any conclusions about until I've explained it, said Avi. It can make a noise. How can a cloud make a noise? As if to prove her point, the dragon rumbled again. It was a long, proud rumble, like a lion in a zoo warding off its spectators. Nisha pointed up with a look of astonishment, then gasped. It can make a noise? It can move? This is the dragon cloud. Avi was quite shocked by this reaction. He was expecting her to lose her temper, not to sound so delighted, and certainly not to know what the cloud was. Is it famous? He asked. Famous? Replied Nisha. Yeah, the nursery rhymes are anyway. I never thought it was real. The actual dragon cloud. She was shaking her head in awe. Avi frowned. You're not going to tell people, are you? The landlord's mad enough with me already. It's the actual dragon cloud, Grandad. Am I going to at least tell my friends? But I think he's stuck. We need to get him out. Can't he just fly back out the window? The dragon cloud rumbled angrily. What an insulting question it must have seemed. I don't think he can, said Avi. Clouds can't fly against the breeze, and since the breeze is blowing in through the window, the only direction he can go out is the other end of the room. Except I don't have a window there, obviously. Well, that's fine then, said Nisha. Just wait for the winds to change. The dragon cloud rumbled with even more anger this time. Again, Avi took it upon himself to try and interpret what he guessed the dragon must be saying. He's turning darker every minute. Look. Avi pointed at the ever-increasing grey patches. There was certainly less whiteness than there had been only a moment ago. Something about the small space must be affecting him. What if he's turning into rain? What if he's dying? Oh, well, I'm sorry if all my suggestions are so stupid, Grandad, Nisha huffed, displaying the temper he had been expecting. Maybe you should just knock a hole through the wall on the other side then, if you're so sure that's what's needed. At this point, Avi nodded his head slowly. He raised an index finger, thinking hard. Completely ignoring her frustration, he said, I think I have to. Well, as you can imagine, Nisha hadn't been serious when she suggested knocking a hole through the wall. That would be crazy. Avi, however, was deadly serious. It both angered and scared her to think that he could be so stupid. Here's a list of some of the things she said to him. Have you lost your mind? It costs a lot to keep you in this good home. I work day and night for you. The wind might very well change in 10 minutes anyway. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. You already said the landlord's mad with you. Imagine how angry he'll be if you knock a hole through the wall. How are you fine? How is anything about your brain fine when you're suggesting this? What happens in the winter? You'll probably freeze to death. You can barely lift a hammer, let alone use it. The cloud is probably fine. You're just fretting as usual. This is exactly why you need looking after. You can't do it. You simply can't. I won't let you be such an idiot. Avi didn't listen. Old people never do. He fetched the sledgehammer, conveniently kept in his cupboard ever since his days as a sledgehammerer person. Brilliant. I got over that convenience well. Nisha snatched it off him straight away. It was far too dangerous for a man of his age to be wielding sledgehammers, so he pulled a walking stick from his cupboard, which again Nisha took off him, for it was dangerous. He pulled a spanner and managed 2 hits against the wall before Nisha got hold of it. He pulled a heavy book, but she didn't want that dropping on his toes. He took a soup spoon, a fountain pen, a toothbrush, a flute, a can of beans, a screwdriver, a flask. No matter what he took, his granddaughter took it off him. She just could not risk him doing something stupid and hurting himself in the process. He was too old for swinging anything at a wall. She had to be the adult here. An important part of being an adult is never considering for even a second that you might be wrong. You have to remain absolutely sure that you know the best when it comes to everything ever. Avi was getting all worked up and childish. He was protesting more and more of each random object she confiscated and piled up under the window. Look at him! Just open your eyes, Nisha! Can't you see him getting darker? Of course I can, but that's not the point. How is it not? Can't you feel the room getting damp? He's turning into water. Clouds don't turn into water, Grandad. They rain. He'll still be a cloud once he's finished raining. He'll still be a cloud once he's finished raining. So we just let him flood the room, do we? Said Avi. My clothes are already getting soaked. Oh, don't be so dramatic. There was a firmness in Nisha's tone that suggested the case was closed. The argument was over. It was too dangerous for an old man to go swinging hammers against the wall, and far too damaging to a good home. Nisha set about trying to fetch some scones, which was difficult in the ever-thickening cloud. It certainly was getting damper by the second, even though she tried to ignore it. By the time Nisha had found the scones, her hair was sticking to her face. Little drops of rain were tinkling against the metal lid on the jam jar, and the carpet was getting a teensy bit squelchy. Nonetheless, she set the table with scones, jam, cream, 4 slices of bread and 2 mugs of tea. The mugs needed plates over the top to stop the rain filling them up. She used towels like napkins, and despite all the ridiculousness of it, Nisha was determined to have afternoon tea inside a rain cloud. Avi wasn't going to forgive her for this. If the cloud turned to water, he'd never forgive her. And then there was another knock at the door. It gave them both a heart attack, metaphorically. Who could that be? There was no one else that ever visited Avi except the landlord, but he wasn't due for another month. Nisha got up to answer, leaving Avi to wait stiffly and patiently inside a rain cloud, mopping his bald head with a towel tucked into his collar. He couldn't see much beyond his fingers. He could hear the voice as the door was opened. It was a man who sounded a similar age to Avi. I'm sorry to bother you, but I live in the room below and I'm getting water coming... Cappity cabbage! What an acorn is happening in here? Nothing, shouted Avi. It's the dragon cloud, said Nisha. Rumble, rumbled the dragon cloud. The man at the door clearly knew the nursery rhymes too. It was beginning to seem like Avi was the only person who had never heard of the dragon cloud before today. I say, said the man. I say. What do you say? Grumbled Avi as he climbed to his feet and hobbled in the direction he believed the door to be. I say, is that the dragon cloud's voice? I've completely changed this character's voice after like 2 lines of dialogue based on what he says. That's my granddad, said Nisha. Avi had reached the toilet, which meant he had walked in the wrong direction, but he continued talking nonetheless. I'm very sorry if water is leaking into your room, but I'm afraid he's raining. There's nothing we can do to stop him. He's been getting darker and rainier the longer he's been stuck in here. I say, said the man at the door again. He spent more time saying that he says than he does actually saying what he says, if you get my meaning. I say, can't you get him out? Avi explained it all again, and was surprised to find his man agreeing with him. Well, of course you have to break the wall, said the man. He's going to destroy my flat otherwise. What if he gets into the electricity? The whole tower could go kaput. Put! And then there was another knock at the door. It gave all three of them a heart attack, metaphorically. A woman of similar age to Nisha had appeared from the flat below. Well, if you're going to stand dawdling, I'll be the one to break the wall, she said without introduction. Let me fetch my wood axe. There was another knock at the door from the flat below. Then another knock at the door from the flat below. I've gotten lost. Then there was so much knocking on the door that they just left it open. A crowd of people had amassed inside a very wet and misty room with hammers, axes, spades, pipes, anything they could find that might help break a wall. It was a miracle that, with all them cramped in this room where visibility was nil, no one's eyes were poked out by the ends of other people's tools. That is the miracle of life, I suppose. Nisha had tried protesting. The protests were washed away beneath the mob. In the end, people were just inviting themselves into Abby's flat to smash the wall to bits. It was, and I am sure of this, the most fun Abby had had in years. He wasted no time joining in. The walls of Abby's flat were made of modern-day flexi wall stuff. Walls that were designed to be moulded. You could push them outwards or pull them inwards like a great lump of clay. The more they attacked it, the more it stretched outwards, as though it was trying to run away from them. Hammer after axe after cutter pipe, it stretched longer and thinner until it was basically a mine shaft extending out of this room. Everybody was exhausted. Nobody could tell if they were sweating or drenched in rainwater or both. They put all their energy into attacking the wall for exactly 40 minutes and 40 seconds. Only then did they seem to reach the end. By now, the back wall had been stretched so thin that it was essentially paper. It could be pierced with a butter knife, which was Nisha's plan. She had called a halt to the proceedings and gone back into the room to find her granddad. He was lying with his back against the table, exhausted. My memory isn't so good, but she probably said something very poetic at this moment. Something posh, like, "Dear grandfather, it has been 40 minutes and 40 seconds and the wall is ready. Rise from your feet, take this butter knife and make the final cut. Break free the dragon cloud so that it may fly to freedom, so that this mob may leave us alone, so that you will be left with a hole in your house so the landlord will go berserk." And Avi rose to his feet, taking his granddaughter's hand as he did so. He smiled and said, "It would be an honour." The whole crowd cheered. He was egged on as he hobbled down the newly formed mine shaft. He was patted on the back with each wobbly step. He reached the end. His butterless fingers gripped the butter knife like a ritual dagger, and downwards, down he cut. He tore a mighty wound through the wall with a single slice. The cold breeze expelled itself like a spill of water sucks down the gape of a plug. Down, down he cut, to his feet. The entire wall split, and the sides folded away like rolled up origami wings. The mine shaft was open. The way was clear. And out went the dragon cloud. Standing on the edge, the cloud rushed through. The cloud rushed through Avi and out into the blue sky. That took me a while to understand. The cloud rushed through Avi and out into the blue sky. Through him like a long train, like a ghost set free from a curse. It grew brighter and whiter the more it emerged through his chest. It spiraled its body out into the air. It flicked its tail. It sailed the sky. There was, of course, no chance for goodbyes. The wind swept the dragon cloud briskly off as a cheer erupted from the room. They whooped and jumped and hugged each other. They all watched the sky like they were watching a firework display, like an eclipse. Avi likes to think the dragon cloud was grateful. He watched it turn and twist its body in a dance of freedom. His granddaughter came up beside him and slipped her hand into his. Their fingers locked as they both watched the dragon soar away into the distance. They heard its loud rumble reverberate across the air. "One day the winds will change and he'll fly back," Avi said. "I'm sure he'll come back. Let's leave this gap open so he can return, and for the other clouds too. Let's let them all drift freely in and out as they wish." Nisha made no argument. Perhaps because she agreed. Perhaps because she was touched by what she had seen. Perhaps it simply wasn't the right moment to argue. Instead, She brought her other hand across to clasp it over her grandfather's already held hand. She too was smiling. They stood at the very top of the darkest, deepest Ararat Tower and smiled. It's bizarre, that one, isn't it? But it's quite sweet. It's much more playful and childish, but I quite liked how it's done. To be fair, it's a lot of it's slightly ridiculous wordplay, but it fits with the tone of what this story is here, I think. So it can get away with a lot of that. Like even like the slight, I'm not entirely sure what I think about it. Like the things like had a heart attack and then in brackets metaphorically. I think the tone of this story can get away with doing something like that. A lot of kind of just pathetic jokes that fit. Yeah, that's that story. I don't know what to think of it in some ways. It's very much about... I mean, the last one was about a child. This one it seems to be more about the ways, I think, old people can be dismissed. Like, I think the narrator in this seems to begin sort of dismissing and kind of insulting Avi quite a bit in his descriptions of him. And then his granddaughter too, who clearly does love him, but also is a bit worn down by him or something. And, you know, the way that can happen when... like they become almost like a carer to your grandparents and treat them a little bit like a child, and sometimes that's kind of what's needed, but at the other time they're old responsible adults who can be a bit bitter or annoyed about the idea of being treated anything like a child. I guess it's quite a nice story of Avi getting to prove he's not so old and pathetic and senile as is originally insinuated. I think the 40 days, 40 nights thing might be a... Is that a reference to the flood? Noah's Ark? Because that's interesting in terms of what this makes of this whole story, isn't it? I don't really know what it's hard to remember. I remember one of the ideas of this being about the idea of a cloud being able to drift in and out freely. It was kind of an idea about... I don't know if free thinking's the right word, but the freedom to sort of daydream and to let thoughts drift in and out of your mind freely. And how that kind of thing can become difficult when we get so boxed into the world of work and everything. I mean, there's an odd, slightly dystopian sci-fi feel to this story as well, which is just thrown in there, in that it's clearly the future. God knows how old Avi is and how old people live in this story, because his granddaughter is 46 or whatever it was. And we've got these sponge pod things and people clearly having increasingly worse housing than they even do nowadays. And rents have clearly only gotten worse in this story. And there's, you know, something being said there, I think. And I don't know, is Lennon a Dragon Cloud free? Is that some kind of fight for nature type thing? The way, you know, in Lord of the Rings, the Ents and everything tear down the industrial world of Saruman. Is there something vaguely like that in this? I don't know. That's what it strikes me as now. Yeah, I think this story holds up. Again, it pushes it a little bit with some of the humour and that, but I think it gets away with it for the tone of what this is. And I really like the phrase cavity cabbage. It's very kind of... It's in keeping with a sort of... This one does feel like a kid's story. I don't know if it technically is, because some of the ideas might be pushing it a little bit too much. I don't know, but then again, like I've already said, kids get underrated in their intelligence. The tone certainly is, and the jokes are certainly childish and a bit pathetic. I'm saying pathetic, I think, in a positive way there. Alright, I'm going to look at a bit of the chat again now. Where did I get up to before? Yeah. I can vividly picture watercolour illustrations to this. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. Obviously has to be a dragon. Yeah, obviously. That's it. That's it. Favorite insult, non-insult unlocked. What is that? Which one? The favorite insult, non-insult? Is that cavity cabbage or something else? I want a T-shirt with cavity cabbage on it. That would be cool if I was ever to do merch. Yeah, I promise that now. If I ever do merch, I don't know if that's ever going to be a thing. I don't feel like one of those YouTubers, but maybe I am. If I ever do merch, I will include a shirt with cavity cabbage written on it. And no one will understand except the few of you watching this live stream. There are 21 people in the live stream, 22, which isn't much. So, it's not a broad audience I'm appealing to with a cavity cabbage shirt there. But, there's that. Mighty dragon can't fly against the wind. What a great metaphor for our life. Wow. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I don't know, I might have thought of it at the time I wrote this, but I forget. I have this habit with forgetting my own writing, but specifically, and particularly specifics, I think. And I'm terrible also at remembering. Like, I can't remember any of my poems off by heart. I had this experience recently at my nan's funeral where I was supposed to read a poem I'd written for her. I wrote it the day she died, actually. And I went to read it, and the I can't remember what they're called. The little booklet things they get put together at a funeral with all the stuff in it for the, had my poem in there, but it turns out the last stanza, for whatever reason, wasn't in the poem, which I don't know, felt odd, really. Like, there's something odd about a story of closure there in reading a poem at your nan's funeral that never gets to quite get its ending properly. Anyway, I then attempted to remember it off by heart, despite the fact I'd written it pretty recently, and I had no idea. I can never remember any of my writing off by heart. Sledgehammer is in his convenient sledgehammer spot. Too real for real life. There are so many adults never considering that they might be wrong. Yeah, I like that thread to this story as well, of Nisha being a little bit, looking down on her granddad and being a little too sure of herself in that kind of way that adults can be, particularly towards children, but here also to old people. It's a nice story about. It's a nice children's story about understanding old people, I guess. I say that. That's a weird way to say it, because the point is that old people aren't all just some other species that are all like this, that you can put in a category called old people, but that's literally just how I described it. So, but you know what I'm trying to say there. Yes, it's Noah reference. It is then, is it? Yeah, okay. I thought it might have been. Is that what Ararat Tower? That's a funny thing to throw in at the end. Is that related to the Noah's Ark story then? Because that must be something I've put in there. That must mean something to chuck in at the last line. I don't know, but it started to rain after like a month of drought and unbearable heat, so I'm choosing to believe you're a magician. Just now, after reading a story about the dragon cloud. There you go. It made me think of the river spirit in Spirited Away. Yeah. I'm wondering if that's where I got the idea from. It probably is. I can remember seeing clouds in the sky that have looked a bit like a dragon, so it's probably mixed with that as well. But I think the way this cloud moves, I think the image of it kind of cramped up into this small box space that's too small for someone to ideally live in, which is a nice metaphor as well. I think that makes me instantly picture the scene of Haku as a river spirit in Spirited Away, where he's lashing about in that small room. So maybe. I was thinking Spirited Away too. Cabbity Cabbage reminds me of Galloping Galaxies. It is, yeah. Please do merch. Order of Service leaflet. Yes, the one. Order of Service, that's it. Mount Ararat was where the Ark landed. Okay, yes, there's definitely references here to the Noah's Ark story. That's interesting. So we've reached the end of another story. Should I be rating these out of 10 as I go? That feels like a sort of thing people do on YouTube, isn't it? Rating things. We'll try that. I'm going to make a note of it here on my little clipboard I got in front of us. So Nema, what would I give that out of 10? By the way, I'm giving nothing over 9 because I feel like it feels odd to rate your own writing and give it really high marks. That feels oddly self-indulgent. I don't know. Nema, I think it's a really solid story at what it does, but it just sticks to what it does. You know, it doesn't feel like there's a mass amount being said, and it shouldn't do, but you know that makes it quite limited in what it is. You just follow this child's experience for a bit, and then the story ends. So I don't know. I'll give that a 7. I'm going to be conservative in all my marks because I'm marking myself. The Dragon Cloud. I really like the weirdness of the ideas in here. Chucking some slightly gothic beginning, by the way, which I've just forgotten. This story begins as a gothic, a really gothic description, doesn't it? About the dark and gloomy night with thunderous voices of thunder thundering all around. That then works its way into a dystopian sci-fi, which then works into this children's fantasy story. It's a weird, bizarre clash of everything in this that I like. That could not be executed well. I think I like how it's executed here. You know, what I'm saying, you could easily get that wrong. I think it gets away with it. All of this odd clash. I like the visual idea of the Dragon Cloud. I think it's striking. I think it feels like the sort of thing that if a kid were to read this, they might start go looking out at the sky or whatever, trying to see the Dragon Cloud. If it's saying something big about Noah's Ark, I'm not sure what it is. So I don't know how to rate it based on that. But I think I prefer this. Do I prefer it to Nema? No, I think Nema moved me more. And Nema's really concise. This one is quite longer. And I wouldn't say it's a moving story. It's a fun story. And that's fine. It's not a criticism to say it's not moving. But at the same time, I think Nema's the one that sat with me more emotionally when I finished it. So I don't know. I'm going to give this a 7 as well then, if I gave Nema a 7. It's interesting what we subconsciously take in. Elements of Noah's Ark and Spirited Away. Yeah. I'm going to now wonder if everything I've written since I started my channel is all going to have, you know, Spirited Away, The Breakfast Club, Good Will Hunting, all sorts of Game of Thrones books, A Song of Ice and Fire, Ted Lasso, now The Last of Us. It's all going to have those influences very clearly in it. So shall we move on? Is everyone ready for another story? Or should we take a... Oh, The Key That's Lost Its Lock is the next one. I'm going to leave it off that screen so you can't cheat and start reading it before we're ready. I remember that one. I remember that being a sad one. Is everybody ready for a sad story? The start sounded a bit like the poem The Dark Woods. Yeah. That makes me think of what is it? Funny Bones, I think. Is it Funny Bones? Those kid books. Ted Lasso. I'm so ready for season 3. That's something mad as well. I didn't realise until earlier today. Episode 1 is out today, or I don't know, depending on the time zones. I don't know when it works. At some point soon. I need to be getting on top of that too. I need to make some videos on that at some point. Although, like I said, my next video is 100% a Catelyn video, and I want to do some more A Song of Ice and Fire for a bit. So I wouldn't expect weekly episodic videos on Ted Lasso like I've done on The Last of Us. I'm tempted in a way because they seemed to do well. Not initially The Last of Us videos. The first one is possibly the worst performing video out of any video I've made. Well, probably not any. Probably not if you go back to right when I was like 3,000 subscribers or whatever. But, you know, one of the worst performing originally, and then it wasn't until the other Last of Us videos did well that it then picked up some views as a result of that. But generally, because it kind of did well doing that and getting a bit of momentum and bringing in that audience of people who like Last of Us, it does make me tempted to do something similar with Ted Lasso, but I think it's too much pressure for me to have something to say each week. To watch an episode of The Last of Us, because of the time zones, I have to wait until 8 or 9 a.m. on a Monday morning to watch it, quickly figure out what to say. I don't give myself much time because I have to get round to editing quick if I want the video out while it's still relevant, you know. I want it out before everyone's already said everything. So I have to quickly think through and then just start working, and it's a lot of pressure, and also I don't feel like I do as good a job as I could do because I'm not taking that extra time to think as much. Like, not to say I think the videos are bad, but I feel like I made them, and like I feel like I've missed things I should have said here because I didn't take that extra moment, you know? Like, I can't believe, and someone commented it, and I wish I'd noticed it in the last episode, that they said back in episode 1, the character Marlene, this is a tangent by the way, I'll keep it short in case you're not interested in The Last of Us and haven't watched it. They said that Marlene was the one who put the idea into Ellie's head about saving the world. And I thought, oh my god, yes she did. That's the key argument to talk about Marlene as a manipulator, which I touched on briefly in the video, but I didn't make as much of a thing of it as I wanted to. The side of her manipulating the way we see Riley manipulated, a child manipulated into this cause. And I wish I'd made more of a point of that. There's other things like that. Anyway, we're going to get on with another video because I don't want to talk too much about The Last of Us, knowing there may be a lot of you that's got no interest in that, and I don't want to accidentally spoil anything, you know? Damn, I missed an hour while at college. Happy to catch it here at least. Yeah, we've read 2 stories. We're going to read another one. It's going to be a sad one from what I remember in the next one. So everyone be ready for that, okay? Maybe if you want to do something more sci-fi, The Expanse was/is a popular series. Characters that are pretty complex. I've heard of it. Yeah, what is The Expanse? I've heard of that. Someone was telling me about that. I can't think who. I don't know. Yeah, I'll think about that anyway. Let's read. I'll take a quick drink first. Let's read the third story. I'm not looking forward to this one because I know it's not like out and out sad in case you're worried, but it's it's very kind of pensive, I guess. This is one I have read fairly recently, so I remember this one better. Probably in the last year or so I've reread it. The Key That Lost Its Lock. Things live under sofas. They live very still. They don't breathe, they don't change. They linger around a campfire of forgotten memories and tell stories. Strands of hair, tangled and rolled together into clumps like a jungle. Thick mounds of dust. Nail clippings like vacant ships in a sea of stained carpet. Don't look too close or you'll breathe them in. Things live under sofas and tell stories and jokes and limey limericks. Forgotten memories, we say, but if a memory is truly forgotten, then it is a memory no more. It is nothing. It is gone. It does not exist. There was once a Key who went by the original name of Key. Maddie found him under the sofa when she was moving house. One of the older sorts, a long, thin, pole-shaped stick with outward prongs. Key has 2 fat prongs, each with a small tooth pointing out, so that they looked like 2 cottages stuck together. Maddie turned him over in her hands. One side was scratched with rust, the other was spotted with pale blue paint. His handle was engraved with the word, box. What did that mean? Maddie didn't know. Was it the mark of whoever made the key, or was that what the key was for? Some special sort of box? So special it had been worth engraving the key? If that was true, it would have to be a jewellery box, or one for heirlooms, yet there weren't any family heirlooms, and Maddie kept all her jewellery inside an old tin chocolate box. To her, the key felt important, but then maybe that was simply because it had been lost. Everything feels twice as important once it's lost. Key had lived under the sofa for a very, very long time, longer than a piece of string. It was his second home, the less good one. Most keys have two homes, you see, the lock where they go to open things and the place where they hide when things need to stay locked. It's like a painter who spends some days with the family and other days at the studio, or a travelling salesman who sometimes sleeps at home and other times in hotels. Here was Key, beneath the dark looming belly of the sofa. Here. Oh, sofa means couch, by the way, if you're American. I think it's not a word that's used there. Here with the dust and hair and lost pennies. They shivered together. They lay slapped like beached whales, or fought to tense their muscleless bodies and stand upon feet they don't own. Still, there was some charm to the place. It was away from everything, and although that made it lonely, it also felt peaceful. Nothing was a conflict. Nothing changed either. There was a timeless quality that had been hard to get used to at first, but now it was soothing. Everything simply remained as it was. Pennies were still pennies. Dust was unswept. Carpet uncleaned. The sofa never even moved an inch. Key didn't mind it here. He might have even enjoyed it if his first home wasn't so much better. He missed his lock. Of course he missed his lock. He always would, but still, he had his duty to attend to. Key had to remain waiting until the giant hand of the sky called upon him. Only then would he be brought back to his lock. In the meantime, he would not complain, nor sigh. Key was dutiful and honour bound. But what of the giant hand in the sky? Maddie had picked up this little key and inspected it between her hands. What was she to think? Amidst all this clutter of cardboard and brown tape, Maddie couldn't remember packing or seeing anything it might fit, not an old-fashioned key like this. Though would she have remembered if she had seen anything? Moving house was a rushed, hectic affair after all. She had imagined it might have been a considered time to reflect and reminisce, to say a proper goodbye to the house, and have closure. Time had other ideas. Often there's too much ahead to spare a glance behind. The photos had all been packed away in a hurry, even her old fairy costume and a purple piggy bank full of Monopoly money from when she used to cheat at Christmas. In all the rush, how was she supposed to remember what had been packed and what hadn't? She sighed, thinking about it now. You need to reminisce, she told herself, as though it were a doctor telling her to exercise. This isn't just moving house, this isn't even just packing away your childhood. It's packing away Dad's life. And that was true. This house had been Dad's idea. When Maddie was just 6 and her brother 5, Dad had decided life would be obviously much happier in a small hamlet several miles of windy roads away from any form of life. He'd wanted to escape the last house ever since Mum left. He told Maddie as much in later years. Moving out here has been his way of running from those memories, and now she was doing the same. That's probably why I'm rushing it, she thought. Again, she told herself, you need to reminisce. 18 years ago they had first come here. 18 years. What had happened to the little girl who had never seen an old house before? The little girl who used to cry when the floorboards creaked, who was afraid that Luna the cat would end up stuck beneath them? What had happened to the little girl who used to hide in the fields to delay bedtime, who used to race marbles down the slanted floors, who used to pretend the dictionary was her book of spells? The answer was painfully obvious. She had grown up and moved away. She had come back only when Dad got ill, then argued with her brother for not coming back at all. Sleepless nights spent caring for Dad, then his passing, then waking to a world without him, like the sweeping of an emptied cinema long after the film has stopped and the lights come up. Now she was standing in the living room, staring blankly at a key in her hands. Why was she giving it so much thought? She had been to half the house without a moment's consideration, so why was a key so different, so important? Key lay there in her hands, like a baby plucked by angels. He had his hopes above him. He was returning to his lock. It was goodbye to his home under the sofa. He had been dutiful and loyal all these years, and finally he felt proud of himself. He thought on all those keys, all those lucky keys who never part from their locks, who are forever at home and never learn the subtle meanings of goodbye. For years under the sofa he had envied them, but not now. Now they were underachievers. If they stay with their lock, they never serve their purpose of keeping something locked, he said. My lock and I have fulfilled our function better than any. We are the envy of our kind. For years we've been apart. For years we've kept our box locked. And now comes our reward. We return home to each other. And yet, he wasn't returning home. He was kept in a place of uncertainty, flat upon Maddie's palm while she thought hard. Should I keep this little key in case I need it? She wondered. Am I thinking too hard? Should I just bin it and get back to packing? She couldn't reach a decision. Perhaps she didn't want to. She liked to imagine the key was something special, like in all those films she grew up with, like she had stumbled across some ancient key with the power to unlock a fantasy world. That was always her favourite daydream as a child, imagining all the magical worlds she might travel to. She laughed. Fantasy worlds were meant to be fun, yet her childlike mind had always found a way to... Her childhood mind had always used to ruin them. There we go. She would worry about what would happen to her family if she discovered a new world. Her brother might have followed her, but Dad? He couldn't be expected to give up his job. And what if they never got the chance to follow, anyway? And she'd disappeared the instant she found the key. The instant she found the key. No goodbyes. They'd be worried sick. The police would be looking for her. And who could say the fantasy world would be any better than a real one? Even if it was better, it wouldn't be the world she belonged to, so how could she truly be happy there? Wouldn't she just get homesick in the end, once the magic and wonder had worn off and it felt like nothing more than another place? It would be nothing more than a change of scenery, another different but perfectly ordinary home. Looking around, Maddie sighed. It was no wonder her brother was the creative one. She slumped herself down on the third from bottom step, realising only now that she had walked from the living room to the corridor. It was a fitting place to sit down. This was where she used to sit every evening as a child and wait for Dad to come home. It was her in-between space. She was part downstairs, part upstairs, part outside. Part in the living room with her brother on the sofa. She turned her head and could almost see him lying there, gnawing at a hot dog like a beaver. She was part with her aunt on the landing, knitting jumpers, either talking to Maddie or throwing down balls of yarn and shouting, "Avalanche!" And then she was part with her dad, even before her dad was home. She'd look through the glass pane at the bottom of the door and wait for his black boots to stomp up onto the step. She used to make a game of running to the top of the stairs and hiding before he could come through the door. She rarely won. He'd shout, "Caught you, Mad, caught you again," then hang up his coat on the hook and sit on the step to untie his laces. She'd come back and sit beside him. They'd talk. An in-between space. Something about the phrase made her start to cry, so she stood up again, annoyed at herself. This stupid key is making the packing impossible. She threw the key across the floor. It rattled against the wood and came to a stop. She wiped her eyes with one hand, then hurried to retrieve the key again. The key meant something to her. That much was clear. She didn't know what it meant, but there was something. It was a small, cold, metal object that carried a wave of warm human feelings. She was afraid to keep it, but certainly didn't want to bin it either. Maddie placed it into her back pocket, and told herself she'd decide later. once she was in the mood for it, once she'd come to her senses, once she'd stopped getting teary over things as insignificant as a lost key. Things live inside pockets. They wait for their use. They hibernate like the nothingness. They hibernate in the nothingness and guard their memories like dreams in the vaults of sleep. One day, Key would come home to his lock. One day. Even if he never does, one day. He would have to make it home, to prove that things can't be parted forever. They always drift back in the end. Key was like a rock in the sand, staring out across a limitless sea. Or maybe that was his lock. Maybe she was the rock in the sand, and he was a bottle across the ocean. He would have to drift back. She would have to wait until the end. Things can't be parted forever. One day. That one does hit me. It just makes me think of all of the experiences of grief I've had. It's a good idea, that story, I think, merging the kind of grief experience of moving house and kind of letting go of all the memories you have there, merging that with the grief of losing a dad in this example, which, thinking about it now, there's been two characters in the first three stories who've lost a dad. I hope that's not a common theme. I hope that doesn't say something about me. It's sad, that one, though. I mean it's in a good way. I like how it doesn't end. You know, I mean, there's a tension all throughout that. Reading that, just a dread that she's going to bin the key and it's all going to be like ruined. There's that tension running through it, and the kind of relief that she puts it in her pocket at least to decide later, but still there's uncertainty there. And it is a really good metaphor, I think. On the one side, I guess it's that idea that these insignificant things you find, there's a whole story and wealth of memories behind them. And in this case, there's a whole character behind this random little key. It's actually something personified with thoughts of its own and everything. But, you know, that's always a powerful idea. Something lost that might mean something, but you don't know what, and you don't know where to bring it to. And it just then is kind of a symbol of something lost. So lost you don't even know what it is. Although in this case we know exactly what it is. We know exactly what this key means to her. It's all wrapped up in her feelings about her dad. And she talks about needing to reminisce and needing to think about her dad, but she's doing it beautifully through this key, you know, and it's not so much directly there. There's a lot of memories that come up, but it's not directly thinking about her dad, but it's all of that processing is still being done more metaphorically through this key. And I think I also just like the idea of a key that might unlock something. There's an idea in that of something about her dad possibly there that she doesn't know. You know, what if there is this other box? You know, actually thinking about it now, there's the image of the cat being stuck under the floorboards. What if there's some secret box that was hidden away under the floorboards that unlocks, and there's something cool in there? That makes it sound like a dark secret. I'm not thinking in that way. I just mean, like, you can lose someone who you were massively, massively close to, and you thought you knew everything about them. But then you lose them, and you're suddenly sorting through stuff from their life, and you find out things about them that you never knew. And how strange that experience is. It partly makes you feel bad that you never knew these things. And you suddenly wish you could talk to them about it, ask them about it, but you can't because they're gone. And I've been thinking about that a bit recently, because my nan recently dying, it brings up those things about her I never knew. it's a sad story, but in a kind of comforting way, I think. I don't know, that's the feel I get. What does everyone else think? What we got in here? Already got strong Toy Story 2/3 vibes. Yeah, there is a bit of that, isn't there? Like with Jessie when she gets thrown, what is it, under the bed or something or other, and just left and not played with. There's that kind of feel to it. I think there's a theme, well, not a theme, a running whatever throughout this collection of me creating characters out of small things, like a little key. There's mentions of, what is it, a clump of dust and old pennies being characters somehow at the start of this story. I think there's other things that come up like this. I think there seems to be a pattern that I have, wanting to make stories out of those little things. The Secret Garden and Alice in Wonderland too. That's quite nice. That's what, very poignant and ended in the right way. I think it does. I think it would have devastated me if I'd ended this with the key being binned. I don't think I'd have been able to cope with that, to be honest. It ends on the slight uncertainty washed up and all of that feeling over loss and wanting closure and not quite having it. And do you ever quite have it the way you want? It's good to have a bit of uncertainty at the end there, I think. The lock is definitely the dad, her being the key, hence the discomfort, yeah. Things suddenly having importance once lost. It's interesting that the key finds meaning in the place where it's stuck. Yeah, it is. I was wondering about that, actually, because it's described as a very timeless feel to that world under the sofa, almost like it's outside of existence. And I don't know if there's something about that the intoxicating allure of a world where time doesn't pass under that sofa, set against this world beyond the sofa where time very much does pass, and that's very sad, but wanting to go back there. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. That might literally be what I thought when I wrote it. It might not. It's hard to remember. Like, I can remember where I get the ideas for these stories more. I can read this and know exactly that it came out of when my mum moved house and helping her move and sorting through all of these things, mixed with my other grandparents dying around that time. How they all kind of get washed together. But in terms of the specifics of what things mean here, I'm not entirely sure. I think the thing this story lacked, perhaps, is much character to the characters. I mean, there are two characters, really. There's Maddie and the Key. And the Key, well, neither of them express a huge amount of personality, I suppose. We get a lot of sense of memories from them. And again, I think that's right for what this story is. I think it would have drawn it out if I started adding a load of personality and things in. But it's just, I'm just trying to think about what, to criticise my own writing. I think that I like a lot of the memories, though. I mean, what works about this story, I suppose, is how specific the memories are. If they were just general memories, I don't think it would have the same impact. But you get something quite vivid with images of her brother sitting there gnawing on a hot dog the way a beaver eats or bites, or waiting at the bottom step for when she sees her dad's boots come up through the glass pane outside the door and then trying to rush up the stairs before he gets in. And I don't know, just really specific memories. Because that is what makes memories powerful, when there's something so small and so vivid that just seems to stick with you in the tiniest of things. I think if the memories weren't so specific here, this story would completely fall flat. It has a feeling of the Nutcracker Suite in some ways. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm getting on. Maybe that's what I was saying earlier, I guess. It does feed into that. Being a kid and finding keys used to be the most exciting thing. I love the simplicity of that. Yeah, it did. I mean, I can remember that as a kid, finding things like that and imagining what it might be for, could be the key that unlocks her capacity to move on. That wow, that's a line. I hadn't thought of that. No, doesn't that come together well? Sad but hopeful. I found a number of things about my grandfather even at his funeral. Yeah, it's weird how that happens, isn't it? Someone you thought you knew really well, and then you remember, oh, they had an entire life. Like, an entire life of so many thoughts and ideas and experiences that there's a lot of things you get to remember and shared experiences you remember, but there's also all of these other things that you never know, and so kind of gone in that way. And that does feel sad, and it's important that there are shared experiences and shared memories that you can keep with you, and you've got them for that, you know? It feels like when you buy a rock or whatever and believe that it will protect you from bad vibes. It works, I think, because from then on you carry yourself like you're protected, yeah. Like the key could just be something that unlocks the feeling that she can move forward and not stay stuck in grief. It does. I mean, I think it clearly has an impact in getting her moving forwards and processing here. Yeah, and in that sense, you're right. The key is a perfect metaphor for that, because it is unlocking something. I mean, I hadn't thought of that. It comes together perfectly. Right. 5:30. Should we read another story? I don't know what time I'm going to stop this. I'm just going to take a quick moment to look at my phone. Realise I have a few messages. I'll keep this brief, I promise. It's just Kirstie telling me how the bunnies are. They're doing alright tonight. Right. One more story, I think, yeah? I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to read all of them. There are, let's have a look. If I go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're not going to read all 19. There's no way that's happening. Either I'll have to do another live stream at some point and finish this, or, I don't know, put some more on Patreon as standalone bits, or I use this as some jumping off point to market a collection of short stories to release as a book. I don't know. That would be cool. But I don't know. It's a lot of effort again. I've still got a poetry collection to put together. Well, a poetry collection to publish and have it together. Right, where was I up to? If I scroll back down, that's the dragon. That's the key that lost its lock. The rock and river. All right, I've said this every time. Well, I didn't say it about the key story, but I said for the other ones, I'm not as keen on this one. I'm going to say that again. I don't feel as confident that the next one is a good story. Oh, I never rated the key that lost its lock. I think if the other two got a 7, I'm going to give that one. I'm going to give it an 8, I think. The metaphor of it comes together perfectly. You got some nice imagery in there, some nice memories. The wash of it, I think it's impactful. I think it does lack some character. It lacks much actually happening as well, but I think it gets away with that just about because there is the slight tension over what will happen to this key. Will it be binned? Will it be kept? Will we find out what it's for? I think that slight tension gives the little bit of narrative that it needed. So yeah, I'm going to give that one an 8. Yeah, we can read the next one. I'm tempted to kind of skip it, but I've said the other ones I didn't like, and then I turned out liking them, so I might think better about this one. So, we want a book. Have you ever seen me here before? I mean, I might have done. There's a lot of comments I sift through, and sometimes I don't always stop to look at the usernames and things because I get overwhelmed. There's normally like set times I sit down to go through comments, and like the more I'm doing, as I try to catch up to them all, the further along I go, the more I start finding myself breezing through and not properly taking in the comments, and that's when I like, okay, I should probably stop now because I don't want to just be skipping past or not replying properly or not fully taking in what someone's writing in a comment. That's not fair. I want to, give it full attention. So sorry. Anyway, we're going to read the Rock and River. I reckon this one's going to score lower than the others, but we'll see. You ready? I'm also actually going to sneak a look at what the story after this one is. Oh, the next one's Duvet Cave. That one might be quite interesting. Maybe I'll read that one as well. I don't know. I've been 2 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, I can do a bit more. Last time I did 4 hours. I don't know if I'll do that long again. I can feel my voice going a bit. You'll have to tell me when my throat sounds too bad to read these. Can everyone actually read it as well? Like, is it possible to read along as I talk, or is it out of sync when I turn the pages and things? Duvet Cave sounds like fun. Are people able to read it as I talk? I mean, you might not even want to, but I'm just wondering if it's possible. I don't know, you reply in a moment, there's probably a delay. I'll just get started, shall I? Oh yes, I'm reading along. Okay, cool. The Rock and River. Once upon a time, probably more than once, there was a rock and a river. This particular rock sat by the bank of a river, at a place where the water curved. Its flow wrapped round one side of the rock, like a snake around a tree, then blundered off into the distance. The trickle of this river was a heavenly sound, as if hundreds of pebbles from a stony beach had all their hardness cut away, and then were rolled against each other. Nothing grating, nothing gritty, but a soft sound, like a crowd of bubbles playing a game of pop. Beautiful sounds. There was the perfect summer's day to match. Grass grew long and plentiful, tall enough that it began to bend and sway with the breeze, but not so tall as to fully droop, like hair ruffled dry with a towel. It glimmered in the sun, and turned a bright lime colour that blended oh so well with the pink little petals peeping their heads out of the grassy nests. That was a weirdly written bit there, isn't it? I assume that was deliberate. And there sat the rock, as you already know. The happy sort of rock, never wetted or licked by the cold waves, but sitting content on the river's edge, peering into the water, all peaceful-like. Sometimes all any of us want is to sit by a quiet stream and watch the water flow. That's what the rock did all the time, every day, endlessly. It watched the water flow and dance and sing its heart dry. 1,000 drops of rain swirling in harmony, their arms stretched out into the air in chorus, bumping into one another with both pain and laughter. And the rock laughed too, a teeny little chuckle as he wiped his stony eyes. "Oh, river," he said, "you have no idea where it is you're going." "Yes, I do," the river replied. "I'm going to the sea." "Ah, but which direction is that?" asked the rock, for it was ready for the river's answer. It had seen the river twisting left and right, as the clueless sort will do when they are lost. "It's in any direction if I go far enough," answered the river, then sighed. "Why do you always have to try and spoil my mood?" The rock did not reply, for they had had this conversation many moony times, and there was no point thinking through something that they had already thought about before. It left a long pause, long enough to be able to start a new conversation in its place. "Isn't it interesting how very neat the flowers all are?" said the rock. "There are some here that have exactly 5 petals. There's another sort which seem to have 55, though I haven't counted them all. There are others too, with their own amount. How wonderful! It's like they have their own uniforms." The river never liked when the rock tried to talk clever like this. I think the flowers are growing so high that it'll be hard for you to see soon," he replied. Don't say that, River. I like being able to look out across the field. I'm only teasing you, I meant it as a joke. Well, that's your problem, isn't it? Said the rock, now quite cross. No one can understand what you mean. You never make it clear. Who will you talk to when I'm gone? No one else will put up with all this. The river thought the rock was now teasing him at first, though he was speaking too seriously for that. You won't go. You've been here for ages, the river scoffed. Oh yes, I will, said the rock. I'll turn to sand one day. I'm getting old in ways you never do. Then you'll have to talk to the flowers instead. You won't go. Why think like that anyway? We're both still here, and as far as I see it, I'll never talk to those stupid flowers. They're not stupid, don't be so rude. Yes, they are, the river exclaimed. You would defend them, of course, just because they hang on your every word. They never listen to me. That's because you don't talk to them like I do. How many times would the rock have to tell the river this? You just go bananas. If you took some time to calmly think through what you want to say, you'd sound a lot more intelligent. Instead, you blurt out so many crazy thoughts at once that it practically drowns the discussion. But I don't want to sound intelligent, the river blurted, with the sort of jumbled passion that the rock was referring to. I want to be intelligent. I want to sound like me. Maybe I am bananas, even you think it. And if I am, then it's not so bad as people say, because I like it. Just because I'm not some solid thing like everyone else here. I'm made up of water, you know. I can bend and flow. I can run away from things. Nothing else can. Maybe I'm meant to be strange and alone. So what? I don't think you're strange, groaned the rock. It's just all this. You get so dramatic and emotional all the time. Besides, no one's meant to be alone. It's not fate. It is. No, it isn't. It might be. The rock huffed his best huff. No, it is not. Fate isn't real. He huffed another, less good huff, and was preparing to speak again when the river cut in. Then why am I a river and you a rock? Because that's chance, said the rock. There are billions of different things out there that any of us could have been. I just happen to have ended up a rock on a patch of land that happened to grow into a field. We could have been any number of things. The river didn't think much of the reply. He thought the rock was just trying to scrape together whatever answer it could. And yet it's still me who's the river, and me who's alone. Then don't be, snaps the rock. Just don't be alone. If you are alone, it's because you choose it. So it's my fault, that's what you're saying. Another huff. No, what I'm saying is you don't have to be so alone. You could change that if you actually tried. I'm certain you'd be much less alone if only you stopped moping about it. There was a pause after this. The air filled with nothing but the gentle sound of the trickling water. The river half felt like saying nothing at all, but eventually muttered a reply. You would say that. You always think I get things wrong. I make mistakes where you know better. Just another lecture that proves I'm stupid and you have all the answers. If I thought I had all the answers, I wouldn't spend so much time trying to learn things, would I? Said the rock. If I thought I was already clever, I'd stop. You would say that too, said the river. It makes you sound very humble. You've still got all the flowers coming to you like a guru, though. You still make sure you've always got something good to tell them. You're never wrong, only ever right or still finding the answer. The rock had tried to be very patient, but enough was enough. He couldn't hold back his annoyance anymore. Oh, what is up with you today? You say I'm the one that spoils your mood. You're like a rainy cloud pouring its misery over everything. You do spoil my mood, said the river. I was having a great time dancing until you had to come... great time dancing on my own until you had to come up and sneer at my fun. I wasn't sneering. Yes, you were. All because you don't know how to have fun on your own. Like a rainy cloud, the rock shouted again. I said you're like a rainy cloud. My fun is in learning. What's wrong with that? Nothing is. I'm just saying my fun is in exploring, and yet you sneer like there's everything wrong with that. I told you, I wasn't sneering. The rock sighed again. The pause that now followed this was as long as elastic. Sometimes the rock wished it could get up and just move, walk away, maybe see what the field looked like from the other side, maybe find a group of rocks to settle with. Sometimes he dreamt about what others would be like. Sometimes he worried he wouldn't be as good as them. Maybe they wouldn't even think him good enough to bother with. He found it always worth reminding himself of that worry because it made him feel so much better to be stuck where he was. "Can we talk about something else?" the rock said eventually. The talking had now died away so long that the river had gone back to dancing. "Well," began the river, "don't you think it's funny how everything and everyone has a different laugh? I wonder what that means." He said it all very dreamily. "What do you mean you wonder what that means?" said the rock. "It doesn't mean anything." "How do you know?" "Well, until you can prove it does mean something, I must assume it doesn't." The river didn't like this answer at all. However, seeing as they'd just had an argument, he wasn't going to complain. "What if everything means something and we just don't know it? And also, what does it mean to not know it? And also, what does it mean to not know what something means? And also," he was getting more and more excited with each thought, "it must mean something to not mean anything. I mean, the meaning is that there isn't any meaning, isn't it?" "Like I said," said the rock, "I'll assume none of your babble means anything until you can prove otherwise. You are bananas." "Never assume," the river teased. "That's what you always say. Never assume until you know for sure." "No, what I always say is don't talk nonsense, like you're doing now." "Ah, yes. But what does it mean to talk nonsense, dear rock? Talking nonsense is supposed to mean talking without meaning. But if everything means something, then nonsense can't mean nothing, can it? It sounds like it means nothing. But what if it means something really good? Only we don't know how to know it." This was making the rock's head hurt. When he had suggested talking about something else, this definitely wasn't what he had in mind. This is what happens when you let that strange mind of yours wander. You come up with a load of rubbish. The river thought on this for a split second, then agreed. Yeah, you're probably right. He'd been quite excited at the time, but now he thought perhaps he was talking like an idiot. He didn't mind talking like an idiot, though. Sometimes he found it fun to be an idiot. He would be an idiot much more if there wasn't always people to laugh at him. Then he started laughing himself. He smiled and mumbled quietly so the rock couldn't hear. It's fun to be an idiot. The sun let itself tumble down the sky like biscuits from an open cupboard. The light drew back in a slow arc and let the darkness reveal those twinkling things. They lit up the night and plundered the earth in straight beams. Each of their gentle shines were like cat's eyes that gleamed out upon the world. Hundreds of cat's eyes up there, watching the rock, watching the river, the countless fields and numerous other things. Hundreds of cats in the sky, meowing in a beautiful cacophony of ugly shrieks. All those eyes watching from above, reading the words of the seamless tale that time tells. "Do you think you'll always be a rock, and I'll always be a river?" asked the river. To which the rock replied in a sleepy murmur, "No, I think you'll reach the sea. Hundreds of cats in the sky." I mean, that's a ridiculous line to end a story on. That's what I talk about when I said there's a jarring quality to some of these stories. A possibly poignant ending can instead veer away into describing stars in the sky like a cacophony of ugly cats meowing. Yeah, I feel less good about this story, I think, than the other ones. I don't dislike it. It just... either there's less to it, or I'm not quite sure what to make of it. I'm not sure which of the two which of those it is. Sometimes all any of us want is to sit by a quiet stream and watch the water flow. I like that line. Fate, being alone or not, taking things for granted, misunderstanding one another, deeply touching and philosophical. This one, lots of stuff to think about. feels very real. Maybe that's what it is. It feels difficult to pick apart what this is. It feels a little bit like there's something here. I can't think what the word is. You know, when there's something there, but it's difficult to quite comprehend it. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps that's what it is that makes me feel less positive. I mean, that could be a positive about it. It's just it feels like a sort of story. Having read it, I'd have to stop and think a lot before I know what to make of it. You know, these two bicker like my grandma and aunt when they're stuck together for too long. Yeah, I think that's probably the feel of it, isn't it? There's a slight that sort of squabbling that can come from people who spend a lot of their time together. Not in a necessarily negative way either. Like they can squabble and argue, but at the end of it all, they're still good friends. You know. I don't know. I think there's an idea here of The Rock being a very sort of logical thinker, and that approach to life set against this river as this more sort of creative, free flowing. I don't know, perhaps it's that. The story seems to start with both of them talking about wanting to be intelligent and then end with the idea it's fun to be an idiot. So in a way, maybe that's the point, that life is hard to pick apart and you have to be an idiot in the end and kind of embrace that. I don't know. In a way, that would then be fitting because it's hard to pick apart this story, and perhaps it's just better to embrace it as a fun little conversation between two characters. Yeah, they do bicker a bit, and sometimes it's not quite fair. Like telling the river to just not be sad or whatever it is he says. Just don't be alone, you know. It's not really as simple as that, Rock. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about it yet. I actually think it's like an old dialect. What, the dialogue between them? Or the kind of when they get to know each other so much that they're bickering, it sort of becomes its own thing. Feels like the Monty Python and Holy Grail ending. I can't remember how that film ends, you know. I remember the police coming. Or is that the end? Because that is a great ending to that story, the police coming and arresting them. I can't remember if there's a bit after that or not. It's been years since I've seen the Holy Grail. It reminds me of the lyrics by Porcupine Tree. I don't know them. These two I've read that, didn't I? They're different souls. It's interesting. One is grounded and the other is a dreamer of sorts. Free. Yeah. I think that's what it feels like. It feels like two opposite approaches to life, sort of not really debating with each other, not in argument or anything, just sort of coming up against each other, and that half sort of clashing, half sort of finding resolutions, that kind of thing. You know, there's a lot of stories like this where it is two different pillars that then have a conflict, and it kind of becomes its own sort of philosophical discussion about these two things. But I don't think this quite feels like that. It's not really two sides clashing and a solid debate. It's just two friends who are different coming together. I don't know what I'm trying to say there. I don't know. Someone was telling me a bit the other day about Jordan Peterson. Talking to them online, actually, that someone who wanted to interview me, they're telling me about him because I didn't know much about him, and yeah, he strikes me as someone very much who is just interested in the debates and the argument more than the side of you that has to empathise who you're talking to. This doesn't feel like a debate. It feels like two people who have a lot of empathy for each other, but also are slightly worn down with each other at the same time. The police coming in the end of the movie, like the hundreds of cats in the sky, feels a bit like that. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. I was just trying to remember if there was a bit after that to the end of the movie. That's a brilliant end to that movie. I've only been here for this story and the key story, but I like this one better. River seems like the kind of guy I'd like to hang out with. I'm the Rock, and sometimes I need the river to challenge me. That's I think what I'm saying. It's not like the two opposed and one side wins. It's like they kind of complement each other. If no one challenges me, I will get stuck in the idea that my way of thinking is definitely right. That's perfectly worded comment, all of that. Yeah, so what do I rate this then? I can't give them all just 7 and 8. There has to be some variety. The more I think about this, the more I like this one. When I finished it, I feel like there's not enough... Like, I don't quite know what to think about it. I'm not getting my teeth into anything with this story. But again, perhaps that's what's good about it. And I like the hundreds of cats in the sky ending. I thought I wouldn't. I thought it would make me cringe remembering that. I can't just give it 7. I gave Key 8. I'm going to give it 7. I'm sorry. So at the moment, I was supposed to be doing a kind of ranking, but at the moment I've got The Key That Lost Its Lock in #1 spot, and then all the others joint tied. What's people's favourite so far? Anyone who's been around for all of them. I hope this doesn't come across as indulgent, me rating and ranking my own bloody stories. It's more the side of me that's keen to try to take something away from my own reading and learn something and be able to be critical about it, you know, rather than just... I think that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, what is everyone else... What's people's favourite so far? Or least favourite as well? Peterson feels like a rock personality from the stories. Wants to argue for argument's sake, logic over compassion, empathy. That's what he strikes me as. Like I said, I don't know much about him. Bizarrely, I was kind of told about him. I've been learning bits recently. Like I know he's been struck off or something. And there's another YouTuber, Rachel Oates, who did a video about some weird, dark poetry book Jordan Peterson put out, which just made me a bit uncomfortable to read. I only know little things about him like that. So I don't want to be too critical, you know, because I might be wrong, I don't know enough. But he does, from what I've seen of clips of him, he doesn't seem... Yeah, he seems more like someone who's interested in picking apart and making an argument rather than empathising. And that might make him great as a university professor, but it doesn't strike me as someone who would be a good therapist. No, if it's a 7 out of 10, then I want 100 Cats in the Sky t-shirt too. Difficult to say. I like them all for different reasons. I like the first one with a child's perception of the world most. Yeah, I mean, in a way, I kind of do. It's nice and concise. And it's different in a way the others aren't. I mean, they're all a bit bizarre, but that's a very unique story, the Nema the Puddle. So maybe I shouldn't be giving it a 7, I don't know. We're going to read one more, and then I'm going to try and rank the top 5. And if my ratings I put at the moment change, then that's how it is. Okay? Maybe we'll read one more after that. It depends what the one after that is, you know, if I feel eager. I missed the first one, but I think this is my favourite. It's a light read and makes you think. Yeah, it is. It's... Perhaps that's what's bothering me. It's not as dramatic as the others. It's light. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think that works in the context of a collection. If this was a standalone short story, maybe it wouldn't, maybe it wouldn't appeal as much, because it comes around some other ones that can bring a bit more drama. But I haven't said that I wouldn't say any of them have been particularly dramatic yet. The only one that's really had things happen is the Dragon Cloud. All the others are kind of a little bit timeless. I wonder if there's any more of that. Stories that actually things happen. There's a lot of drama and twists and narrative. I don't know if there are any of them remembering this. Do not get stuck in a Peterson rabbit hole. No, I don't intend to be honest. I mean, that's kind of... Like I say, I haven't learnt enough about him to make a judgment, but I've learnt enough to realise I'm not particularly interested, is I guess what I think. he doesn't strike me as someone with much empathy to the way he talks, and something about that just tunes me off. That might be unfair, I don't know, but I don't have much time to invest in listening to other things. So there's other things that appeal to me more. I think Peterson has the idea of living life through narratives. That's an interesting line. I don't know enough about him to know what to think about that. I don't know why I'm talking about Jordan Peterson, how especially when I don't know much about him. But there are things like that where there's just people you come across and you're like, something about the way they talk or their perception, it just doesn't quite strike a chord with me. And sometimes that's good because it challenges you and it's very different. But I don't know, other times you don't feel like you're getting much from it. Like this, I shouldn't be doing this because I don't want to come across as critical or anything. There's a channel, The Critical Drinker. He recently put out a video on The Last of Us that I didn't much like. But he's one of those channels where there's just a cynicism to all of his videos. That is fine, you know, that's kind of his thing, that's what he aims for, that's sort of his niche, and he puts on a voice to match it. And people like that, but it just doesn't strike a chord with me, the sort of cynicism, especially with a voice that sounds a bit forced and insincere. That's just not my thing personally, and I feel like he says the same thing every video, which is to talk about how, you know, female characters, how they're always forced, strong and independent when they shouldn't be. And I feel like that's just becoming just a thing people say without much thought or meaning on the actual characters or time to empathise. They just go, this one seems strong, therefore it's this slightly mythic agenda that now gets talked about all the time. And I don't think that's fair. Like, he talked about Ellie being a forced, strong, independent character, and I don't think she is whatsoever. I really didn't get behind that. I think she's very well done in that show. He says about her being whiny and like she knows best, and I don't think that's true, for one, but for two, what do you expect someone who's 14 years old to be like? You know, they are. It's like there's an arrogance to youth in a way that's not necessarily bad, but there is that, and they can get at you, and they're trying to challenge you at that age and to push boundaries in that kind of way. That's what kids are like there, especially in that example, a child who's grown up without really any parents in Fedra, that sort of a military camp, I suppose what it is, who's probably felt like she's always had to be a bit be able to challenge, you know, get at people a bit in her words, and I can't think what the word is, you know, when you're having to shoot comebacks all the time and sort of have that slight skin of armour and needing to use that to hold people off. Of course that's how she's grown up, but to just dismiss someone as whiny on the basis of that seems really dehumanising in my books. I don't like the way often teenagers, particularly girls, get sort of dismissed and dehumanised as whiny and know-it-all and all sorts, and that's how teenagers tend to be, and you don't have to interpret that way. There's a positive in it, you know. I'm going off a bit of a rant here about his channel. You know, like I said, there's a lot of people who are there for the slight. I mean, it's a bit of a persona, and that's fine. That's what he's going for. That's his audience. He's got a bigger audience than me for that. I'm not against him, but it just doesn't strike a chord with me, any of that. And I think he's wrong about Ellie, and it does always upset me. Perhaps that's a side of me that's a child therapist. When I see kids getting dismissed in that kind of way, without much empathy or understanding for who they are. He also said in that video as well that it's bad writing. In episode 7, they have these. This will be fitting with the story I've just read about the Rock and the River. They have these two opposed camps of Fedra, who is this, I suppose you could call it fascist sort of. Well, they are really force that's held this society together, and they have their own camp or school where they train kids to become Fedra soldiers, and you've got on the one side the character Ellie, who's with that, and the side of them that agrees that they've held this society together and that they've been needed, they've been forceful, but it's been essential, set against the side of the Fireflies and her friend Riley, who has become a Firefly, who are a bit more freedom fighters, is what they say, and they're fighting to reinstate a democracy, and that's set against I don't know if you're allowed to say the terror words on a live stream, but you know what I'm getting at. There's that edge to them, and he said in the video that it's bad writing that they have these two opposed camps that represent these two opposed ideologies, and when Ellie makes her point, her political point, supporting her side, all Riley's response is like, I hate when you talk like that, or whatever. That's all she can say about it. And he's like, oh, that's bad writing. They should be having more of a big discussion. When that's literally not the point of the entire episode. The point of the episode is that these are two children who are being manipulated by the ideologies around them. If they come out with some intelligent, eloquent responses about politics, it undermines the fact that they are children who have been manipulated. That's the entire point of that episode. Doubly poignant when you get to the final episode and everything that happens there. So that's a problem with cynicism, I think. And we all do it. I do it at times when I criticise. It's very rare I criticise things on my channel, but I do. And I criticise them, and sometimes that's because I just don't understand it and I got it wrong. So it does happen, but yeah. It's still a shame when it does happen. Sorry about that rant. I just watched it earlier today and it was sitting on my mind. I've seen him, he is very cynical. I watched a few Critical Drinker vids, but he doesn't seem honest, genuine. Turned me off because he felt like pushing the mainstream agenda. Yeah, he does. It doesn't feel like he's someone who's learning and discovering new ideas in each of his videos. He seems like someone who's just repeating the same thing through a different example in a lot of his videos. I don't know. That probably is unfair of me. I haven't watched enough of his content. I don't know. It's just not my thing, really, that cynicism. Sorry for going off, but it's rare to find kindred spirits for me. I assume I was talking about the Critical Drinker there. He does feel films, Pollyanna and Mary Sue characters a lot, yeah. It seems to be the go-to. Don't know if it's out of left field because I don't even know who this dude is, but every time there's a new idea or movement in the world, someone finds it dumb or crazy. They do. That's one of the difficulties I think we have nowadays. It's really hard for anyone to push a new idea the way we're supposed to. You know, that's how the world develops. We have the world as it is, and people are supposed to challenge it and try to make it better. And sometimes they get it wrong, but you still need that kind of dialogue going on. But it's really hard now, I think, for people to push a movement when it's so easy via the internet to cynically strip it of all its impact and reduce it to something that gets dismissed and ridiculed and memed on. And that can make it really hard for anything, really, to get traction. And is the danger then you end up in a world where we're all just paralysed by the sort of apathy that strips us of a power to make change? What happens then? Do we just stop still? You know? So it is hard. And it's hard for any movement, whether it's a good or a bad one. And that is a problem, I think. Not saying that a strong female character is new per se, but it's still something new for certain people. Yeah, and it is. I don't like the idea that there's always complaints about characters being forced as of an agenda. You know, oh, having this black character here is forced agenda for black people. Having a woman as the main character is forced, or whatever it is. Like all the stuff about Ellie and Riley being gay, or Bill and Frank being gay in The Last of Us. Although Ellie and Riley might not be gay, you know, they're still children discovering who they are. I think Ellie probably is, but I don't know. Anyway, what was I saying? I was coming to a point there. What was it? Yeah, that people always say, oh, it's a forced agenda, but I feel like that's always been the case with films. There's always been characters who get pushed without much depth or meaning or sincerity to them, because sometimes films aren't just well written characters. You know, sometimes they're badly written and they are forced because there's corporations who want to appeal to certain audiences. Look at James Bond. That's literally a forced character of what then was an ideal, strong, independent white bloke, you know? Who's slightly posh and a British stereotype of what they saw as the pinnacle. And that's exactly the same thing, but nobody complains about that as an agenda, you know? So I don't know, I feel like there's a bit of a mythic quality now to people talking about forced agendas. It is a bit of a myth. Like, there's some elites sitting somewhere who are setting down this clear, like a doctrine into films. I don't think that's how it is. I just think some films have characters that don't have as much depth to them as others do. And that's just how it is. You know, there's still lots of great films, there's lots that aren't great. I don't know why we need to make a conspiracy theory out of it and turn it into some narrative to get angry at all films and media about, when they're all very different. And there might be lots of reasons. I felt like that about the Bill and Frank episode in Last of Us. Two gay characters. That was very sincere and very well told. And if that gets still called a forced agenda, putting two characters in just for the sake of appeal, if you can do a story that sincere and it still gets labelled as a forced agenda, then there is no way of doing it without people complaining. It can't be more sincere and less forced than that was, I don't think. You had another rant there. Probably going to get yourself in trouble saying random things like this. I don't know. That's what I think. Where was I up to in reading comments? I'm going to start reading the next book in a second, don't worry. The next story. The more we do something, the more normal it becomes. If there wasn't people like that in the world, we wouldn't be advancing as a society, I guess. Yeah, I agree. We need to challenge things. The way children are supposed to challenge their parents at an age. And that might mean they come across as annoying know-it-all in some people's minds, but it's important for them to be doing that and to be developing their own independence and capacity to think for themselves and to want to make the world a better place. If we're going into the world not wanting to make it a better place, then what are we doing, you know? You don't have to make it a better place. You might not manage that. You might not know how to. You might get it wrong, but surely there's a side of us that would at least like to. You know? I don't know, maybe that's unfair as a point. I'm not sure what I think about that yet. We need people to be uncomfortable, I think. Yeah, I think that's a point that makes a lot of sense in a lot of different contexts. Sometimes there's a comfort in getting used to uncomfortableness. It's important. A lot of those things are. Unfortunately, getting distracted and avoiding uncomfy situations is too easy nowadays. Yeah, I agree with that as well. But it should be normal to feel weird and not judged because of it. Yeah, your comments have explained this better than I could, I think. They even toned down James Bond from the books. Yeah. And they have done nowadays, especially. I can't remember. I think it's a Goldfinger where he slaps a woman on the arse and tells her to run along because they've got to have man talk now. Like, Daniel Craig's James Bond. I haven't seen the last two films, but Casino Royale in particular was a brilliant film. And I thought he brought a lot of humanity and character to that person that made him less forced and gave him more depth. And that's great, you know. I wouldn't criticise the early James Bond really for being a forced. I don't know. Maybe it's of his time, certainly, but I'd see it as just a character that doesn't have much depth, and that's kind of a flaw to it. It's fine for what James Bond is trying to be. It's just a bit of a fun films, but it's nice to see a James Bond with more depth to him. Suddenly, it means more and feels less like a forced image to appeal to an audience. which it always was. That's the society we live in. That's part of capitalism, isn't it? Appealing to your market and trying to capitalise on that. That's what we are. Should I read some more? I'm getting distracted. Just you're all putting good things in the comments that keep getting me talking. I was talking about Our Flag Means Death a while back. That's a show that gives you a gay and trans characters like it's a normal thing, and that kind of media helps normalising those things. Yeah, I always think it's good about that, to just have them and not go, look at this, we've got a gay character, but just go, that's normal because that's how the world is. Some people are gay or trans or whatever, you know? I agree with that. It needs to be more normal. And that's going to take a long, long time, which is a shame. But what that doesn't mean is we shouldn't keep pushing for it. You know, people say, oh, it's going to take ages as a way to sort of tell people to stop pushing to improve. But no, it takes ages with people trying to push and make the world a better place. That's what I think there. I don't know if I explained that at all well there. I can't remember what I've said already. That Bill and Frank episode felt weird for me, but makes sense now looking at the whole picture. Them accepting the dying wish and Joel making the choice for Ellie in contrast. Yeah, I get that about that episode when people say it feels a bit like filler, like there's nothing really happening key to the narrative, like it's just a side plot of two other characters that are just there for one episode. I get that. I think that's a fair enough an idea to have, like you say, especially in the context of the whole show. I think it is important, but I think that criticism is fair enough. I don't think it's fair to call it a forced gay agenda the way people do. I don't think that's fair at all. Anyway, next, I'm going to look what the story is after this one. The next one's Snow Maiden. I don't know if any of you are on my Patreon, you may remember that one because I did once read it there. I do like that one. What's the next one after that is an educational thing about trees that is true as well. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to let you pick from the list and I'll read two more. So if there's any of these that sound interesting to you, just write it in the chat which one of these you'd like me to read and we'll do them. Let's have another drink. My throat is going now. You can hear I'm struggling. Now I'm coughing. I'm sometimes worried that we get sequels which come along and convert heroes and positive figures into evil people or problem characters. That definitely happens. And I understand why that happens, because they're forced... There's a pressure to make sequels in terms of from executives who want more money, and they don't really know what else to do with the story or where to go with it. So they go, let's take this character and let's reverse them. And that can be done brilliantly, but there's also something odd about tearing down characters that once stood for something and then replacing them with an older, cynical version of themselves that, I don't know, kind of strips the meaning from the world even more, doesn't it? Email Man sounds interesting. I'll tell you what, I'll read that one as well, because that one I think is a poem or a nursery rhyme, so that's going to be quick. So we've also got Bear. Which is your favourite? I don't know. Some of them I haven't read in forever and can barely remember. I'll tell you what, we're not going to read Don't Listen to Oranges, because I really like that one, but that's one that's important in the context of the whole collection. And like, there's things in that kind of call back to some of the other stories. I remember that. That's a concluding story to the whole collection. So we're not going to read that one. It wouldn't make sense just reading it on its own. Well, it would, but it wouldn't have as much meaning. I'm going to say Starry Night, but now I want to know why we don't have Don't Listen to Oranges. I mean, I can read it if you'd like anyway. I mean, yeah. I mean, it still makes sense. Starry Night. We can do that one. I feel less confident about Starry Night as one. So Email Man, Bear, and then either Starry Night or Don't Listen to Oranges. So someone comment that if you'd prefer Starry Night or Don't Listen to Oranges. Okay, you want to hear Don't Listen to Oranges. Okay. Right, we'll do Email Man and then Bear and then Don't Listen to Oranges because that seems to be the order they're in. So, oh no, Bear and then Email Man and then Oranges. I'll just like search Bear and assume that comes up with it somewhere. There we go. Oh no, that's the one at the start. Bear. Have I got there? Yeah, there we are. This one actually will also make a little less sense in the context. This one is supposed to be the character who wrote this collection. Like I said, it's part of my novel. There's a character who's a writer in that, and this is how this whole collection came together, is what that character would write. So the talking in this is that character talking about a dream they had. That's kind of what the story is. A made-up character who wrote this entire collection is discussing their dream. Okay? It needs that context to make sense. Right, Bear. I had a dream last night. This one isn't actually a story, it's simply me telling you my dream because it made me cry. I guess that's why I explained it, so that you know it's not my dream, it's this character's. Dreams are supposed to be more beautiful than real life. Even if it makes waking up a sad thing, it's worth it. I'll just tell you the dream though, and leave it at that. I wouldn't want to ruin it by trying to interpret stuff. I was standing in an arid wasteland. The first memorable sensation was the heat of the ground against my bare feet. Hot, dried mud, covered by the thinnest spread of dust and colourless grass. Then I remember being struck by the full force of the wind, splitting at my ears like a banshee. I covered them with my hands, shrill winds that whistled through the cracks in dead trees and rasped through the shrubs. To me, it felt like a hurricane. I struggled to keep my footing. Only it didn't seem to have such an effect on anything else. No dust was blown into my eyes. All the sand stayed close to the ground. At most, the sand gently circled the floor, like a bird not quite able to fly. That's how I remember the dream starting. Burning earth, wind, and piercing noise. I think I was sweating too, but the wind was so strong that it was hard to tell. Then, all of that fell dead. I saw an old, sand-smothered road was now directly in front of me, like a dried-up ditch. A building was opposite. It had immaculate black-tinted glass walls, totally unaffected by the surroundings. It reflected the sun's rays across the road over my head. I seemed to know, as though I had always known, that this was my destination. I knew I had a mission. I didn't quite know what that mission was, but I knew there was something inside that building I needed to get. Something they wouldn't want me to steal. I felt nervous here, like preparing for a leap of faith. I was a thief without knowing what I needed, and I remember telling myself, you'll just have to trust that you remember when you see it. That was the hope. The building had a first set of double doors, which were open. All these led to a short, stab-shaped tunnel, like a lobby with a second set of closed double doors at the end. Standing before the lobby was a guard, a handsome man of similar age to me, wearing a blue uniform that was far too tight, particularly around the collar. The yellow lining on his right sleeve was frayed, and left a short dangle of thread. That's such a tiny, irrelevant detail, but for some reason it felt impossible not to notice. The sight of that little cut of thread was screaming at me. I felt an intense flash of anger. It might have overcome me, but then it was gone, and I was fine again. The guard clearly didn't notice my stab of rage. He was smiling sweetly. It was the sort of naive smile you would take pleasure in wiping from his face and crushing into the dirt, only if it weren't so beautiful. He was a guard, anyway. Naive or not, he would be dangerous, and I would have to choose my words carefully if I wanted to enter. For some reason, I knew this was a building you could only enter in your true form. I'm not sure why this was the rule. I didn't know what my true form was, but I knew it would be something bad, and that the guard would attack me on sight if he saw it. To enter, I would have to get rid of him, or at least get him away from the building, so I tricked him. I approached tentatively, with the sort of feigned nervousness he'd no doubt find adorable in a woman. I asked for his help if he'd be so kind. "I've travelled all this way to get here, but my shoes have come off, see?" I said, showing the guard my feet. "They're stuck back there under the roots of that tree, and I just can't get them out. I'm too small and too weak. This feels very... I assume that's the point of it, that this is a very contrived, forced version. I didn't even need to say anything else. Oh yes, of course it is, because she's quite... Yeah, she would have this view. He was frothing at the mouth for the chance to play the hero. He asked with total naivety if I wouldn't mind standing guard in his place while he went to fetch my shoes. Obviously, I agreed. Off he went, and as soon as his back was turned, I changed into my true form. It happened suddenly, and without pain, as though I was simply rolling up my sleeves or removing a hat from my head. I became a huge, great, bulky bear with black fur, walking along on lumbering paws. I went inside the lobby. I think this is what made the dream feel so wonderful. I experienced what it was like to be a bear. I've never had a dream where I was a different animal before. It felt real. My paws just felt natural, with my bulky frame, my thick fur and snarling teeth. I truly was a bear in that moment. Not myself inside a bear's body, but a bear. A bear that was more me than I was, as though I had lived an entire life in that body and never known anything different. It felt liberating. It was a beautiful thing to experience. That second set of double doors opened out into a garden courtyard. A square meadow of waist-high grass, surrounded by black glass walls, as though it were an open-top cardboard box. I saw a breeze surf once in a lap around the edges of the grass. Then the wind faded entirely, and all was peaceful. My trick may have gained me entry, but I couldn't hide my true form from any of the people in the courtyard. I was the only animal here, which felt good and bad. I liked being the bear, but I felt a wound of sadness to see that the true forms of all these other people were still ordinary humans. They were happy people, in summer clothing, sitting cross-legged in small groups on parts of the grass they had flattened. Some were wandering freely. Some were sitting on benches round the edges, doing all those happy things that happy people do when everything is happy. They saw me, and then I saw their less than friendly expressions. I could barely stomach to look them in the eyes. Their sneering shamed me and my bare form. Part of me felt like turning around and leaving again, which was what they had silently demanded. Part of me felt like curling up tight as I could, beneath the grass and trying to hide. The final part of me wanted to tell them I wasn't a threat. I wasn't a horrible beast, or whatever it was they thought. I even tried saying as much. Bears can't talk, though. The best I could manage was a sad, feeble growl, which only made people's frowns deepen. Everything feels much stronger in the land of dreams. Just like colours feel more intense on a sunny day. The shame I felt was greater than anything I could ever remember. The only thing that kept me going was the simple thought, I have a mission. Perhaps one of these cold, coarse people had whatever it was I needed. Perhaps, if I dared look at them, I would see it and remember. I tried, as best I could, to look upon their faces, though for some the shame was too much for me to manage. The first person I saw was some kind of sage or priest or good living person sitting upon a lone rock that could scarcely hold her balance. She was my age exactly. I can't tell you how I knew that, yet her tightly bound hair was grey. She held a little plant pot in both hands with the words painted on the side, "Pay 1 coin and I shall cry." I could see she was crying from just looking at me. The teary face of disappointment was 1,000 times worse than the anger of the others, so I looked no more. It was easier to watch the second person because he wasn't looking at me, but instead was trying to pretend I didn't exist. He was a window cleaner, who carried a ladder upon his shoulder. He set it down against the glass wall and slowly cleaned his way to the top, to then climb back down to restart the process a little further along. Just as a side note there, surely a window cleaner starts at the top and then works down to the bottom, rather than the bottom to the top. Anyway, I watched him until he could ignore me no longer. He flashed me with a look of such frozen anger that I dipped my head beneath the grass. I did not look again, but began pretending, just as he had, that he didn't exist at all. A warrior stood in the grass, and did not speak, but held her shield over her head and back, like a ceiling to which she was the pillar. All her mind was absorbed in this duty. But held her shield over her head and back, all her mind was absorbed in this duty. She strained under the weight. The circular shield was large as the outline of a planet, and was bolted heavy in metal studding. Its surface was painted blue, and, like the rod that lightning strikes, it drew in all the light of the sky. All the sunbeams, all the heat, was directed down in a constant flurry upon this warrior and her shield. I supposed it kept the garden safe, and all eyes free from the otherwise blinding light. I suppose this shield was the reason the building stood unaffected by the ravages of the wasteland. None seemed to notice her toil, though. Either they didn't care for it, or they were too busy fixing eyes on me. Some people were starting to whisper things to each other, some even laughing, with jokes at my expense. Laughter is the greatest of all wounds, but, again, I reminded myself I had a mission. There were some flowers between the tall grass, difficult to notice. Many of them had withered and seemed to threaten the otherwise perfect beauty of the garden. I watched an artist painting them, by which I mean taking glossy colours and spreading them over the pallid petals so that they looked alive and cheerful. The artist had to work faster and faster to keep up with the demand, since more flowers were constantly dying. She was working faster still because of my presence. She was afraid of me, more than the others, and her art was like her child that she needed to protect. She feared I would destroy her flowers. She was terrified. There too was a man laying slabs of slate across the middle of the field. He laid them in a perfect line and kissed each slab devotedly as he placed it. Another man was building a similar path crossways, and they were sure to collide. Perhaps there was even a third person, but I can't quite remember. My shame was now boiling over. My feelings beat me into anger. The whispers had grown to murmurs, to voices. The laughter had grown to bellowing. The stares to pointed fingers. It was like a swarm of thrashing locusts belting at the air around my ears, striking my face and whipping everything into an unbearable frenzy. Noise surrounded me. Laughter surrounded me. The rage, the sheer rage I felt, like nothing you could imagine. All my control was gone, and I was nothing more than a shaking fury. "I am not a danger!" I screamed, but the words echoed only as a bear's roar. "I am just a bear! I'm just a bear!" Their coldness only grew colder. My anger grew stronger. I threw myself at the ground. I lashed at the grass and charged and roared and screamed. I lost all sense to my suffering and attacked. One person was trampled beneath me. One was thrown by the force of my paws like a doll from a shelf. I smashed at the glass, snapped the ladder between my teeth. I was angry at them, and angry at myself for being so angry and fierce and destructive. If they hadn't been glaring, none of this would have happened. But then, the dream became beautiful again. A feeling was produced that I had never truly felt before, and will probably only feel again in memory. I was stopped by the sound of a simple flute. It spread a long, low note across the garden that swelled inside some part of my mind. I was entranced. It grew into a peaceful melody. I lumbered towards its call. The centre of the garden had risen into a small hill upon which a fallen trunk lay. There sat a boy playing the flute. I couldn't describe him at all. The power of his music was too mesmerising to notice anything else. The high notes were angelic, each like the peak of a wave. They stirred a bubble of bliss inside me, like something floating up from my darkest depths. I moved to the foot of the trunk and nestled down against it. I closed my eyes and just let that heavenly feeling absorb me. It is what I imagine an animal feels when stroked softly behind the ears, where its eyes glaze and comfort overrules all sense and thought. It was like all my hatred had come to the surface, and, as simple as that, been washed away by this boy's music. Forgiven. Forgiven with more forgiveness than life has ever offered. Dream or not, I'll never forget that experience. It was like pulling the thorn from my heart, the boulder from my back. I'm certain it has shifted something within me, something for the better. The boy's hand came down and scratched the fur about my head. Then I awoke with a start and cried pitifully. I'm crying again, even now as I write this. I cried both at the happiness and at knowing that the dream was over, that I'd probably never return to it again. I want to be a bear once more. I want to stay as a bear underneath that music. Is it something wonderful or something tragic to say that the best moment of my life was in a dream? I just want to be a bear again and feel that forgiveness. That's all I have to say. Volna, who is the character's melodramatic name she gives herself for the book. I don't know what to think of that one yet. There's a lot in it. I mean, I remembered going into this what the concept of this was, and I knew what the overarching idea is, which is acceptance of who you are deep down, I guess. This true form as a bear that appears as this horrible, angry beast, and then discovering, maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's okay. That I think we all have an angry, beastly side, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it's not. Anger is not a bad thing. It can cause you to do bad things, but I don't think it's bad itself. It's a story about acceptance. And yeah, I think it's a shame it's in a dream and it wasn't a real thing, but that's also kind of what's the most powerful thing about it, that she's able to dream of that, able to envision that kind of experience, that feeling of acceptance for herself. Yeah. When they say dreams are either your fears or your hopes, this is one definitely this is both, isn't it? I mean, it starts as a narrator. She's clearly very cynical at the beginning of this story, and there's something. There's a comment I've just seen there. I'm too small and too weak from a woman's mouth nowadays seems impossible. Sounds like a stereotype from the early 20th century. It's funny as part of the story, though. Yeah, I mean, I think it's supposed to be a stereotype there, and because it's a dream, I think everything's also much more exaggerated than it would be anyway. But there's that and she's quite cynical, I think, at the start of the story, and she's here to steal something and doesn't really care about anyone else. Perhaps because she was already expecting, regardless of her true form, that they wouldn't really have an interest in who she is deep down. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps that's already a defense against that, and then they see her true form in a way she didn't want them to see, and it does cause a lot of anger, and she acts very badly. She acts like a bear, but then still finds acceptance. I don't know, I like that story. I feel like the overarching idea is quite clear there. I also feel like this story is saying something more that I haven't got my head around. All these people she meets that seem to be expressing something symbolic in their dreams. There is something very dreamlike about this, the way it lurches from one vivid image to the next, despite them being nothing like each other. Was it someone painting flowers painting colour onto the flowers to stop them losing their colour as they're dying. Someone with a shield absorbing all the sun. The sage or priest or good living person that, what is it, holds a little plant pot in her hands with the words painted, pay 1 coin or cry. And I assume her tears water the plant. I don't know what to make of any of them. I assume I had some idea when I wrote it, but I don't know I don't know. I'm not sure. Laughter is the greatest of all wounds. That struck a chord with me. Was bullied a few years in primary school, and laughter coming from strangers or misunderstandings still triggers me at times. Yeah, it's kind of incredible how powerful an effect that can have, really, isn't it? And often when you look at it now, it's kids laughing for sometimes no reason at all. They just want something to laugh at that's not themselves, and or sometimes it's very petty or meaningless. Kids in a playground, but it can still have a massive effect, can't it? It can sit with you. Something about it makes you just feel worthless, doesn't it? It just stabs at that part of you, I guess, and that's hard. I guess we all have a bit of a voice inside us that tells us we're worthless, but we've also got a voice that says the complete opposite, and that's important too. And I guess this is a story of that, of there's clearly a voice here in a character that feels she's a horrible, awful person. But then over the top of that comes this other voice that is a voice from within her, because this is a dream. A bit of her that can believe, no, that's not true. And it's funny how we can have different, I don't know what I'm talking about, like voices, but you know what I mean. Thanks, very powerful. Hatred and pain washed away by comfort and acceptance. Yeah, I think that's what this one is. Hello, 5:30 a.m. here. My God, what are you awake at that time for? I'm glad I made it before the end of the stream. You probably missed most of it though. God, 5:30. I don't fancy waking up that early. It reminds me of being autistic. Is that because of the different sensations of the story? Bear is a self-fulfilling prophecy. yeah. The not expecting to be accepted, lashing out when she isn't, and as a result not being accepted even more. I think that's certainly a side to it. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's her fault. I think this is a story about what we feel about ourselves, really, and trying to come to terms with it. This one also feels like a Kafka story. Yeah, it does, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, it's that same quality. God, I've forgotten what it's called. The classic Kafka story. I can't even remember what insect he is. The one with Gregor Samsa. I think it's Gregor Samsa. It's that same quality of being trapped in this thing that you are, and the feelings of worthlessness there. And that's a wonderful story. It's a wonderful story. I was going to say something about that, but I've forgotten what it was. It's nice how it portrays the idea of feeling like you are the only one whose true self is horrible and no one else is. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I forgot that. The deep disappointment at going through this thing that reveals you in your true form, and she turns into a bear, but everybody else is still human. That's not only is that a horrible experience, but it tells you exactly what we can feel about ourselves, doesn't it? That it's me, I'm the only one who's like this. I like that idea. I do. That seems to be hurting me now as I say it. Dung beetle or roach. Okay, yeah. The metamorphosis. There we go. I was going to say The Fly, but I was like, no, hang on, that's the film by Cronenberg. Well, that was a short story as well, wasn't it? I think The Fly. Or am I just confusing the two? I don't know. I feel like The Fly was influenced by Kafka's Metamorphosis. Or am I just getting them confused? I don't know. It's been so long. Like, I can't believe how long it has been since I studied literature. I hate how much I forget. Like, there's brilliant books I've read with Jeff Goldblum. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. I think they remade it as well at some point. Unless that was the remake. I don't know. Man, there's so many brilliant books I read once upon a time. And I think about them now, and I go, yeah, that's a great piece of literature, but I have no idea what it means, and I have no memory. I don't know. I once read all of Dante, and I've got nothing to say about it because I just can't remember. What the hell is wrong with me? It's supposed to be a life-changing book, or set of poems. Is the person with a plant pot trying to symbolise pain and suffering in our life, leading to growth? I'm still confused with what that has to do with being paid. Yeah, it seems like there's... Yeah, being paid to cry. I don't know if it's... I mean, there's certainly something in there about leading to growth and making... watering a plant with your tears. And I think how pain can connect people as well, but I don't know. I suppose I see that like it's a bit like a reverse of a wishing well, I guess, where you chuck a coin in to make a wish. Here it's, I don't know, you chuck a coin in and someone weeps for you, maybe. Although it doesn't say for you, it just says that she'd cry. So I don't know. Or if it's like a sort of projection thing, where you get to project your sadness onto this other person and they can do the crying so you can come away feeling less so. That's possible. In which case, is that a reverse of this warrior with the shield holding up the sun? Her taking on that toil on behalf of everyone else? I don't know. They're interesting ideas, but I don't know what to think of them. Clearly I thought something, but I can't remember. I don't know if other writers are like this. I assume it's just me. I assume like the really skilled writers out there in the world, I assume they don't just forget what the hell their stories mean after several years. Seems to be a problem I have. I mean, like I still know the gist of it, but specific things like that, I've got no idea. Yes, The Fly was based on the previous version, based on Kafka. Yeah, I thought so. There was like an older film than the Jeff Goldblum one, and that's based on the Metamorphosis. Yeah, and a short story as well, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was. Sounds right. I feel like it means hard work or doing something you don't like or want to, but that hardship can lead to growth. Being paid to cry is an old tradition at funeral mourners. Oh yes, of course it is. Yeah, maybe that's it as well. Made me think about how comfortable I was with feeling different until people looked at me funny. Yeah, a lot of your insecurities have to do with other people. A lot of your insecurities have to do with other people, makes us think about ourselves instead of coming from within us. I mean, these experiences do have an effect. I mean, yeah. Although a lot of it, I think, ties into what you might feel on some level already. I think all of us have a side that can feel bad about ourselves in that kind of way. That just is. And experiences we have can either make that stronger or help us feel differently at the same time. I think we still all have times where we feel worthless, but hopefully we also have times where we can feel the opposite, and hopefully that voice can be the stronger one. It's hard, isn't it? Accepting yourself. It's a really hard thing. I think people always talk about it like you've got to learn to accept yourself, like it's a thing you achieve and that's the end of it. You know, like the stage of enlightenment. you've accepted yourself for who you are. But no, I don't think so. I think you can get better at it, but I think it's also an ongoing thing. Which perhaps is what's quite nice about this story, that it happens in a dream. It's not something quite tangible. It's something she reaches for a bit and then it fades away. I think that having the author not know exactly what is meant by their work is a great way of separating art from artist. Definitely highlights how there really is no single interpretation. Yeah, I mean, there is that to it, because a lot of the time creativity can be unconscious, I think. Like, often it is conscious, and you have a clear idea of what you want to say and what certain things can mean, and clear metaphors, and you put them in. But other times something can just come out of nowhere, and sometimes even if you, and that's kind of what the process of writing is, I guess. It's taking something that's unconscious, all these feelings, and bringing them into the front, into this tangible story. I'm saying tangible a lot now as a word. I said it in a community post the other day. I don't think I've ever said that word before, and now I've said it like 3 times. Now I've completely forgotten what I was saying on that sidetrack. I was going somewhere, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think there really is. There is never a single interpretation in that way. I think people can look down on. Like, I remember when I did a module in creative writing of poetry at uni, and some of those people had written a poem, and they were like, I don't know what this means, I like it. And then like sometimes, as a friend does with, like, he'd presented his poem, and then the class was like analysing it and drawing out meaning, and he was kind of laughing because he was like, I didn't know any of this was in the poem. I had no idea what I'd written. I think people can look down on them when artists say like that. I think there's some quote of Freddie Mercury saying that about his songs, that he doesn't always know what they mean. But I think they do in a lot of ways. You just might not feel clearly conscious about it. It's there and you put it into it. Sometimes you're conscious, sometimes you're not. Sometimes you are, but it's sort of on the edge, so much so that you forget. I think that's what happens. And there is a side to creativity that is like diving down into this deep well that you don't fully know and pulling something up again. They make a very unique moment in which I'm able to talk to you directly. I followed you since forever. Never forget, though, you're always a successful person regardless how well you do online. That's nice to hear, because I don't do that well online. I think we know that. I still dream of the day that this channel is big enough that I can half relax a bit, that I can just do whatever I want without the stress each week of, what can I do that's going to get me enough views, that's going to earn me enough income that I can survive for this month. It is a stress that sits on me. If I do a bad video nowadays, one that does really bad, will get about 2,000 views. When I was a smaller channel, it would get 1,000 views, or less than that. I hope if I get big enough one day, even doing a bad video would get enough views that I can earn a decent amount off of those kind of videos for the month. That's my dream. Then there's just be so much less pressure to this. I don't think I'll ever hit 1 million. I'll be honest on that. I've got the potential to. I know that. Any channel could suddenly just go out of nowhere. I had one video blow up and get 1 million views a long, long time ago. So it could happen again. I don't think it will. Or maybe I just don't want to bank on that ever happening. I don't want to feel dependent on the hope of something that might never happen. So I've got no dreams of that. I would just like to be big enough that I can earn enough that it's not a stress to pay the bills and everything. That's my dream. If I could get that successful enough, I'd be fine. But I do really enjoy doing this. It's really fun. It's really meaningful. People always say that I've made a big difference to them and touched them with some of the stuff I've done. And there's a bit of me that's always slightly sceptical when people say that, because I don't want to kind of get lost in that idea. The way you see some YouTubers slowly become more and more arrogant, I guess. There's a part of me that's fearful of that. I don't think it's ever going to happen to me, really. I don't think I'm that sort of person. But there's a bit of me that feels sceptical for that way, that wants to say, it can't have affected them that well. It must just feel like it. It can't be me. But the more I think about it, really, I think you can make a big difference to people's lives through things like this. If you can make something, and it's just me sharing my thoughts and trying to be as sincere as I can, but something that then happens to speak to someone in a way they didn't expect, and maybe give them some sort of vague experience of being understood, or perhaps of acceptance, the way this story of a bear, that sort of experience in a much more minute form, or help them think about something, I don't know. I hope my channel has a positive experience for people. It can't always do, because no one can just be 100% positive experiences all the time. It's just not possible. I've done stuff and will do stuff that annoys people or upsets them. I don't think I'll ever intend to do that, but it will happen. Or it might just be a misunderstanding of something I've said. Or I don't know. There are very, very few occasions I've gotten slightly riled up in comments by things. It so rarely happens. And even then, I try to always be polite in my replies to people, but sometimes I've said things which I feel like that wasn't a fair thing to say, and then I feel bad about myself afterwards. That does happen every now and then. Very, very rarely. Because I'm not a perfect person, I'm human. I can go into a session and be half perfectly authentic and half what I need to be for that session, but when I come out, I'm human, and if I'm tired or worked up in a certain day or stressed, some of that might come out online. And that's the interesting thing doing this, because I think people do expect you to be perfect all the time because you're a therapist. And if you're not, you're like, oh, they can't be a good therapist. And I think that then makes me a hypocrite saying that, because I wondered if Jordan Peterson wouldn't be a good therapist. Because he might have been. He might be very different when he steps into a session with people. Again, I was building to something there, but I've forgotten. I should look at the comments again. And I should read another story, because it's getting late. Well, not late, it's 7 o'clock, but I've not eaten, is what I mean. It feels like everybody else has a job except for her too, which could add to the feeling of alienation. Yeah, that's true as well. There's a feeling of not belonging there. It feels like insecurities come from past experiences overtaking our emotions in current situations. Yeah. It's funny how much the past does come up again. That's the thing people always say about therapy, and I think it does get overblown that, like, you go into a therapy session and you sit down and you're forced to talk about your past. I don't think all the work needs to be done with the past. Sometimes you never even talk about it. You know, sometimes people have been through big traumas and they're not able to talk about them, and so you never do. You do the work in other ways, because it would be kind of too much for them. It would be damaging to bring that up. I don't know why I was saying that. It's a tangent, isn't it? You have to accept yourself for who you are at each point in your life as you reinvent yourself. Yeah, because we are changing. We're like the bloody river in that story, endlessly meandering down something and becoming different, and how everybody's identity is a fluid, ever-changing thing. Alright, I should probably get to reading again, shouldn't I? There are more and more people working on themselves. If one can get 1 million subs, now is the time for that. I think you've got a chance because you are doing honest content, and that matters a ton. I hope so. That has always been my one intention with the channel, to just try and be sincere. I can't always be right. I don't intend to be. Sometimes I deliberately avoid giving clear arguments or wording things brilliantly. Sometimes I leave a lot of the ramblingness in my videos because I don't want to be perfect or right. I don't want to be seen in that way. I just want to try and be as sincere as I can. The thing is, of course, though, content like mine is never going to appeal to as many people as, like, the Critical Drinkers. There's clearly more of an appeal for something kind of cynical in a fun way that kind of has a bit of humour to it than there is for something like mine. Someone left a comment a couple of weeks ago saying that my videos always makes their head hurt, and I meant it in a positive way. I think it is, and I felt quite pleased about that. But it also makes me realise, yeah, there's so many people who would never have any interest in my content because sometimes you don't watch things because you want to think. Sometimes you want to switch off and not think, and there's a whole market out there that I'm never going to appeal to. I was reading an article about the size of audience versus dedication of audience, and how the latter is always more important for longevity and growth. Yeah, that's probably true. I feel like I've got that. I feel I do have, or we do have, a solid community now. And I always feel bad because I've never been as connected as I wanted to be to my audience. Like, I had a Discord server, which I loved, but then lockdown ended and I got more busy and life got in the way, and I haven't been on it in a long time. And there's people I cared about there that I'm suddenly not in contact with. And there's Patreon messages I've got that I've not replied to yet. Normally I don't reply. I do get around to them eventually, but sometimes it takes ages. Or emails, in fact. There's someone who once emailed me their... I'd asked for it in the comments because they'd said something about it. I asked if I could read it, a play they'd written. And they emailed it to me, and I read half of it and then had to rush out for some reason. I can't remember why. But then because I'd opened the email and it was unread, I forgot about it until the other day. I was like, oh my god, I never finished reading that play that someone sent me. They must feel so rejected to have sent me this thing that I asked to read and then just never replied to. That kind of... I mean, I don't think that's my fault. I don't blame myself for that. I think it happens, you know? It's hard to make time for everything when there's like that, but it can't have been great for them. It's a shame, isn't it? I'll have to get around to it at some point. I have to keep reminding myself about that. And there's other things like that I've never read that other people have sent that I've been so interested and excited about, and then just somehow never found the time. It annoys me how little time we get to do the things we want. People underestimate how a person can touch another's life. Yeah, I'd read that, didn't I? I think that you have an audience that is maybe smaller, but very much value and appreciate what you share. Yes, that was made very clear to me when I asked for help with Lennon, and within one evening we got the whole amount, which I didn't expect it to hit at all. I think that kind of took me back a bit. That was me going, okay, people really do care about me as a person. It's not just some bloke who occasionally makes videos that I find kind of interesting, which will be some people, and that's fine. You know, you dip in and out of everything. But also that, damn, people actually care about me, you know, and my life, and Lennon. That's incredibly striking, and it just shows how wonderful the internet can be. You feel human, and that's touching and giving you more and more viewers and subs on the long run, I think. I hope so. If you get a chance to read The Tao is Silent by Raymond Suleiman, you may find it interesting. I've not heard of that, but it's got now in the name, so I probably will find it interesting. As much as I'd love to listen to every story, don't overwork your voice, please. That cough sounded painful. It wasn't. I think it was more me trying to clear the part of my voice that sounds like it's going, but it didn't work. And drinking water isn't working now either. Stop punishing your ego now, though. I think I've overdone it. but I kind of know how much work goes into the subjects you talk about, and I appreciate them very much. Thank you. Yeah, my throat is going, but so that suggests I should probably get on with reading, shouldn't I? So what I was going to... The Email Man was the next one, and then Don't Listen to Oranges. Email Man's going to be quick. Actually, I don't want you to see that yet. Let's go up to that. I'll read it as it comes up. But first, I never rated Bear out of 10. Any of you want to rate him as well? What do you think about it? I'm going to give it... I might give it an 8, actually. Again, it's the problem with it is it's one that only works in the context of what the whole book is. I think that's the issue. I think doing super chats and live streams will help fund you doing channel. Ideally, it would. I'm clearly not the kind of channel that gets lots of super chats. You know, that's normally. Well, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I clearly don't get many super chats. That's clear. I've been on like almost 4 hours. Not that I'm expecting them. Don't now suddenly send some or something because I said that. But you know, I'm gonna give it an 8. Is what I'm trying to say. 7 out of 10. Someone's put. Bear is a solid 9 for me. I'm gonna go with an 8. And I'm going to change all the ratings when I come to an end because then I have a bit of time to have thought about them and decide again. Right, so Email Man. You ready for a little nursery rhyme? I'd love to reread Bear and have a chance to think about it. Perhaps I should be publishing this short story collection. I did originally pitch it to various agents, but short story collections they're not as interested in as novels, and I kind of gave up and decided they can't be that good if none of these agents are replying. I mean, I know that's the experience of contacting agents. You have to go through tons and tons before you even get a reply, but I did lose heart. So I don't know, maybe I'll try and self-publish it through my channel or something. Who knows? It's risky though. I mean, I don't as has been clear of Lennon, I don't have a spare pot of money to invest in like putting a book out there. So maybe at some point. I'm not going to do a fundraiser for it though. I've done my fundraiser now. I feel like I can't do anything like that again for quite some time. Because I don't want to be seen like someone asking for loads of money, you know? If people want to support me, they can. I've got a Patreon. There's the super thanks ability on YouTube. But if they don't want to, then I'm not going to pressure anyone. I like the idea that YouTube should be free for the world, despite the increasingly insane amount of ads. Could publish online, could do literary Look, right. I said I was going to read. I'm getting distracted again. Let's read Email Man. Those are thoughts I have thought about and I'm still thinking about, but I'm not going to disappear in a tangent, okay? Email Man. I'm not going to sing it because I don't sing, and certainly not with my throat as it is. So I'm going to read it more like a poem than a nursery rhyme. Singing like a little child, the sinister of things that smile, have to keep me happy 'cause I'm terrified of sad. Lullabies are very sweet, and swimming out, I cannot sleep. You have to keep me happy, you don't want to free the sad. The shapes out there are waved to us. What are they waving? Wave to who? Tapping on the window now, I think it looks like sad. Lift and clone the name and place. Past the things you can't remove. Etch me into stone before the grinning grin of sad. Email Man to me. Summon up the dark and see. Maybe he will rise up to infect away the sad. Singing like a little face. All is singing faster, faster. Words distort the noise is why I'm terrified of sad. Faster, faster, spin me round, and faster world go spinning out, and clapping, clappy, happy, we're all terrified of sad. Stamping faster, breaking each, and danced upon the heap and tried, a never-ending never keeps its scream away the sad. Lullabies are very sweet, nothing ever tries to sleep. Laugh, or else we'll see you weep, and scare us full of sad. It's a weird little thing, isn't it? I remember coming up with this. So this one, I must have written in uni. Because I remember it was one of my lecturers who they were trying to write something on the whiteboard. I can't remember what they wrote. They're trying to write something, but then they looked away and they're like, "Oh, it looks like I've written email, man." Is what it? Yeah, that wasn't what they were intending to write. It looked like that, and then they were like, "Oh, I wonder what that would be as a superhero or something." They were saying, but then I somehow went away with the idea of email man in my head, and it became this. I don't know what it is. Some kind of, it's like a Slender Man figure, I guess. Something to do with sad and being afraid of sadness, and it turning into something sort of dark and horror, I guess. What actually email man means in this context, because there's clearly some meaning to the idea of email man. I don't know what it is though. Email man to me. I don't know, is it something to do with distorted connection through the internet? That doesn't... I don't know. I mean, the main arc, the main idea of this poem is quite clear. It's quite a straightforward little nursery rhyme thing about the side of... Yeah, happy clappiness, I guess is what you... I don't really want to call it that, because that sounds really dismissive of what it... That makes it sound like it's always a bad thing. But the putting a positive spin on stuff that you often get, like in schools and things with little kids, or in parenting, can happen. And how the forced nature of it makes you more afraid of things that aren't happy and are sad. And the more afraid you are, the more you force the happiness, and then you're even more afraid. It's just a little thing about that idea. It's a little thing, I guess. Why do you feel like you have to rate your stories? I don't know. I just thought it would be fun, I guess, to do that on a live stream. It adds something more to it, but I guess I do it because it makes me think about it. This is stuff I've written, and I want to be able to take something away, and I don't know, everything I like to do on my channel, I like it to be sort of a learning experience for me as much as anyone else. Because I think that's part of what keeps it sincere, is if I'm getting something from it too, rather than just presenting stuff that I think and know already, you know? So I guess it's to do with that, trying to get something from it. To help me think a bit more critically about my own stuff, which isn't always easy to think about that, about your own stuff. It would make a good rap. I don't know how to compose, but I'd love to sing this one. Yeah, well, you can do. Well, that was unexpected, but we are afraid of being sad and have to be happy is very much a current thing. It sounds a bit like Twitter, actually, or TikTok. Toxic positivity. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. That's what it's called often, isn't it? Toxic positivity. But I like it this way, because when people use toxic positivity, phrases like that often makes it sound like it's just like something bad that you can't understand and they shouldn't be doing this. I guess what's good about this poem is you can feel the fear that someone would have in that. You know, they're not just being forced because they're almost trapped into it and compelled, or can be, to avoid the sadness, because it can be that hard and that's difficult. And sometimes I think the word toxic can carry connotations of it, like it's something we can't understand and should just push away, rather than something you can still empathise with. It might not be good, but you can empathise with it. Kind of like Happiness in Inside Out. I've still never seen Inside Out. There's a channel I once suggested doing a collaboration with about that, and they suggested, we could do a video on Inside Out, and I said, yeah, that would be good. I mean, it would have been good. And I was like, I've got a few big videos I need to finish first, and then I'll get back to you. And I just forgot, because too much going on again, and I still never got back to him. And I guess at some point he thought I must have changed my mind, and so he never messaged me to remind me or anything. Joy, that was her name, yeah. Right. I'm not going to rate this. It's just a little nursery rhyme. It doesn't make sense in the context of other to compare it. What was the final one? Oh yeah, don't listen to oranges. I'll type oranges into search. Don't listen to oranges. Right, again, this one would make more sense having read the entire collection, because this one is sort of a culmination of it. And I remember a lot of the imagery in this is supposed to call back to each of the stories, and it's like each of the short stories are in this one, and so you might recognise some of them. Great title. God knows why it's called that. I've got no memory. We're going to find out. Don't listen to oranges. Kitchen. Everything is black and white. Black and white floor. Black lines, white paper. Dad's coat is black. Mum's dress is white. My hair is black. We like chest bits. Chest bits. Because chest bits don't move. They stay still and be good. I'm the small one, and Mum's the queen. Dad's the big horse that makes that sound with his nose. Chess is long. Chess takes ages to make a move. Dad's staring at Mum, and I think he's thinking about something hard. Mum's thinking about not moving. I'm thinking about thinking, and I try to be like a chess bit, but there's a leak in the roof and it's dripping. I think we should move the table. But chess bits can't move, and the chessboard can't either. I stay still and watch the rain dripping on my toast. Just how the ducks like it. My drink was half empty, but now it's full up again. I'm half empty, but I don't know which half. Maybe if I did a handstand it'd flip and be half full. Everything is good though, and nothing goes wrong. Chess bits can't fall over if they don't move. Living room. There's a voice coming from the TV, and it sounds like how the Milky Way looks. I asked Mum what she thinks it sounds like, but she has a new baby now, so she doesn't talk to me. I don't know if I'm even talking. How do I know that? When I speak, there is actually a voice, and I'm not just imagining it. Like how I imagined a tiger in the night. The TV doesn't talk about tigers, which is good. There's lots of rocks, and a meandering thing, and a really big waterfall. Dad keeps saying it's stupid though. Dad is really smart and knows everything. I wish Mum was smart too, because then she wouldn't have a baby and I would still be important. Dad says she's stupid too. Dad keeps changing the channel and it hurts my eyes. So I turn him into a cartoon and make his face red. Kapow! Says the TV. And then the remote seems like the TV is sticking its tongue out at me and I laugh. Study. This was Jakob's room when he was a baby. But now it's a study when all the walls are grey and I'm either 10 years old or 10 years young. I got it easier than my brother did because I was alone at his age and didn't have an older sister I had to share a room with. It's good to have a study though, because Dad can work even when he doesn't have a job, and that means money, and money means everything. When I'm 11 I'll be able to afford a chocolate fountain, and when I'm 12 I'll get a candy floss machine, and when I'm 13 I'll be unlucky, but that's okay, because when I'm 14 I'll be a famous singer. This room looks better grey anyway, because Mum says everything is grey in the world. No goodies, bad and baddies. There's no heaven, but there's also no hell. I used to be scared of hell, but it isn't real. It's just like a bad dream, and Jesus is just like a comic book superhero. I can't really see in here because the light doesn't work. It smells of cigarettes. I don't know why I came in here. Stairs. Follow the stairs and you'll reach the top. Teachers say that about rules, but it doesn't work. Either I'm getting big or the stairs are really narrow. The corridor turns round from the hall and everything turns white like snow. What else can I say about a set of stairs? They're white and cramped. That's it. It's so hard to write about things at home. I don't know why I have to. It's like diaries. I don't like them. I always know what's happened in my life, and I don't want to know it twice. I bet that's why that writer wrote about the elves. He just got fed up with his diary. Follow the stairs and you'll reach the top. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Stairs are stupid. I'm stupid. Everything's stupid. I can't wait to leave this place. I can't wait to grow up and get away. I feel scared every time I look at Dad. I feel angry every time I look at Mum. Because she's not meant to be scared. She's meant to be my mum. She's meant to tell me everything will be okay. Follow the stairs and we'll be okay. I feel sad every time I look at Jakob. Because he's still got it all to come. It's rotten being as young as him. I've only got a few years before I can leave. I don't know if I'll be able to leave him. Why is it, wherever you go, there's always something good you have to leave behind, even in the bad places? Why? Follow the stairs and you'll reach the top. Bathroom. I don't know why it's called lime scale. It makes it sound like a good thing. I guess the scale part makes sense actually. It looks like a snake or lizard or something that sheds skin. Where's the thing gone that shed it though? Probably out that little crack of window. That's another thing I don't understand. Why build windows that only open a tiny crack? It makes the room feel like a prison, which is weird. It'd feel less like a prison if there weren't any windows at all. I guess when there's no world to escape to, you just kind of get used to what you got. I can't see the sun, but it's out there somewhere. Just like the woods and the green hills that wrap around you like a robe. And the lakes. And the cosy little pubs with snuggly fires. Is escape a real thing? Or just what a prison dreams of in its sleep? I suppose you can't have one without the other. God, I sound depressing today. It's not that bad here, is it? It's just, you see something like this grimy bathroom. Sometimes I'm so used to it that I barely notice, but when you do notice, and the walls are such a pale blue, the light buzzes, there are spots on the mirror. So many spots it's less like my reflection than a painting that my face tried to leak through. And you sit on a cold toilet seat and somehow it makes the entire world feel horrendous. Am I that fragile? One ugly looking thing and suddenly, oh, what's the point? Everything is meaningless. Maybe falling in love is what saves you from the meaningless. Maybe falling in love is the opposite to a cold toilet seat. Just some small thing, but somehow it makes the entire world feel wonderful. I'll be a Cinderella and marry a noble prince. I'll come down under moonlight and propose to him. I don't mind making the first move. For now though, I'll offload my cargo into a cold toilet and stare at the spots on the mirror. Dad's room. It's a bear cave, really. That's how I always imagined it. It was fun that way. Stepping into the room was like stealing the sacred treasure from an Egyptian tomb. Sneak in and pinch some money from his wallet. Maybe just move stuff around. I never moved big things, otherwise he'd know it was me. Just small stuff to make him feel like he was getting forgetful. I once put his phone inside the duvet. He went mental searching. After that he kept it tied to his belt for weeks. I know it's mean, but I always enjoy spiting him, I suppose. I guess that's what you do when you grow up and realise he's not the smartest man in the world after all. Well, that and because it's a good laugh. Anger's always funny, as long as it's not directed at you. That's probably why they used to have dancing bears in the olden days and all that horrid stuff. It's always dark in this room because he keeps the curtains shut. He might as well board up that window. There's a cold colour to everything, like if the moon got ill and withered. Jeans on the floor, shirts, a ragged heap of all sorts I wouldn't even dare poke with a stick. It's like finding bloodstains on the way through the bear's cave, or corpses, or maybe all the clothes are just "keep out" signs that somehow lost their voice along the way. His chest of drawers is pretty much empty of clothes. The TV sits on the top like a bird in a cage, or like the mirror on the wall, or it's so afraid of being smashed that it sucks up to you. I think if you need to have people suck up to you, you're not all that powerful to begin with. His bedside table is an exhibit in ancient medicines. I bet there's mould growing in the cough mixture. Cough growing in the mould mixture. No wonder he looks sick. I used to enjoy spiting him. I couldn't help it. I was angry all the time. I couldn't stand the stuff he said, and still says. Not just because it was wrong, but because it was so idiotic. He's a buffoon, a clown. Shave a bear and it looks like a pig-faced man. That's him. Only his face is a crusty orange. I just don't listen anymore, though. I wish I'd thought of that before. He feeds on attention. I don't know why I gave him a stage. Just don't listen and get on with your life, I tell myself. He shouts louder and says even worse stuff, but his voice gets weaker the less you listen. Now he's shrunk into a grouchy old man. He's not a bear anymore. He's a fat, snoring thing in a bed. I just don't listen. That's all I've ever learnt. Hopefully I can teach my brother before I leave. I'll be a teacher myself in a few years. That's the dream. I'll be a better teacher than anyone's I've ever had. I'll teach kids like me lessons I was never taught. At least then you can stop the cycle. My room. This old room has gotten small. Either that or there's now too much of me for it to contain. I explode ceaselessly in all directions. Some fires cannot be doused. Even here, in the wrecked cradle of my youth, where sadness hums through the pockets in the wallpaper. Here, where the lamp spits like rain, and the curtains scratch away from the railing, as though a life spent with their backs to the sun has beaten them down. Even here I stay burning. Not cooled, but compressed, shaking beneath the skin, not daring to open my mouth for fear of breathing flames. I can only still my mind for a moment. The one last look at my room that doesn't feel like the last. I can't take it seriously. It feels like any other look that will blink through my memory as nothing more than fuel to my phoenix. The posters were my barricades and my freedom all at once. Now they seem ridiculous. The store we all put in people we've never met and idols we never understand. This old room is very young. I'm the one that's getting old. Too old for the ordinary anyway, and too eager for the mystery. I shall be another person to myself. I wonder if the phoenix remembers past the ashes. I wonder if it finds a new name each time. I never carved mine into the bedroom door for fear it might get trapped there. Amber. This room is small. The girl who lives here is very small. And the other girl standing here now is just a ghost waiting for the winds to come in. Attic. I've never been good with imagery. I try, but I try too hard. Goodbye, Jakob. I will be a painter when we meet again. You'll find me in a cottage on the other side. I'll hope to see you each day, but I'll be taken by surprise when you finally come. We'll cry when we meet. To know that you will have done all right. What joy it will be to see the little boy who suffered and know he did all right in the end. I'm not leaving because I want to. It's not even an escape anymore. There's nothing to run from when there's nothing left to fear. I just need to see if I have wings to spread or not. To fall or fly. After all these years, you finally got your own room in the attic, and then I up and leave anyway. Outside. I push open the window and slide down onto the tiles. The stars are just blue glowworms in the cave. It's taken me until now to realise this is a cave. I shuffle downwards. I watch the light creep up like a stray dog, attaching itself to a new owner in the street. Then my feet touch the earth. Fire bursts. Hope. I try too hard to describe it. Hope. It is everything I imagined it to be. Freedom is everything I feared it never was. Whatever happens now, I've done it right. I know what freedom feels like, however fleeting. I won't forget it. The memory is freedom in itself. I have taken my leap of faith, and whether I'm falling or not, for this beautiful moment, it is to fly. Flying is enough. Flying is everything. I feel the wind billow down from the hills and loosen my wings from the straps. The phoenix can rise, but not just burn up in its youthful nothing, but rise. To know that, and to know I am a beautiful part of a beautiful life in spite of its pain, that is living. That is the living that has always been living. That truth is uncontainable. It offers no bargains. I will continue on and do whatever feels right. I don't want to be old, or a singer, or married, or a teacher, or a painter. I just want to be me, whatever that is. I guess I'll find out soon enough. I guess it's all open from here on out. Amen. The amen at the end seems weird, doesn't it? I think the point of that, I remember that, is because it's a reverse of Nema, which is the first word in the book, Nema. And in a way, I guess this story is kind of a reverse of that. And that one was about someone young coming to terms with things. And this one is about someone, I guess you see growing up more and then eventually getting to move away. I'm going to read your comments while I think a little bit. Not speed chess or blitz though. Yeah, they're not long. It's crazy how they have like 5-minute long games on the clock. Again, a great depiction of a child's thinking, so simplistic yet very revealing of the world and the people around them, and how their behaviour imprints on the young ones. I do quite like how it does nicely sort of age as you go through each room. I mean, she's clearly very young at the beginning of this, and then slowly a bit older each one. I think it works quite well. I don't know if it's clearly young here, and then suddenly it's just a general not young voice. I think it's a bit more staggered than that. Anger is always funny as long as it's not directed at you. She's a character who's got a lot of anger, and the subtext here is that the dad is, I don't know if he's abusive or just not a good dad. I'd say abusive. I don't know, I'd have to read it in more detail, but there's a subtext there about it, about the chess pieces not moving for fear of dad. And that image, where is it? What was it? Dad keeps changing the channel and it hurts my eyes, so I turn him into a cartoon and make his face red. That kind of... that thing that can happen when you sort of cartoonize to take some of the sting out of the horror of an adult's anger, I guess. Kapow, says the TV, and then the remote seems like it's sticking its tongue out. Being an image of throwing the TV remote and it getting stuck in the TV. Stick its tongue out at me and I laugh. There is a sadness underneath this one, and something... I guess that's what makes the ending so hopeful, getting to break free from it. But at the same time, I feel a bit... I don't know, does it come across like this is... like it's saying she has to wait all her life to be an adult before she can break away? Like there's nothing else she could possibly do. I hope it doesn't convey a message of you have to wait. You have to feel doomed to where you are. I don't know. I don't know how... I mean, it's subtext if there is abusiveness. I don't know if there is or not. And an image like that, I think there is, yeah. Could something more be done rather than just waiting until you get old enough that you can move away, is what I'm saying. But at the same time, you don't feel like you can, do you, in that situation? You feel like you're stuck there and you're trapped and you're dreaming of escape. And also sad to leave your little brother behind. And worried how he'll be if you go. It doesn't make it worse for him. It is sad. Amen means so be it. It's a good ending in my opinion. Okay, good. Leaving a sibling behind in a bad home is so rough. Yeah, it is. And I've never experienced that myself. So, I mean... there's a lot of people who know more about it than me, but I can't imagine how difficult that is, any of this. I think the maturing of the voice I thought was really well delivered. I relate to this fictional character too much. Damn childhood trauma. It's hard. It hurts, this one, doesn't it? And you understand, of course, why she's so keen to rile up and kind of spite the dad. And then how he goes from this angry thing with a red face, and she has these fears of tigers, and then he becomes a shaved bear, some old ugly thing or whatever it is she says, who's just ill and small and grouchy, trying to see the weakness in him that she couldn't have seen when she was young, but still pained. And she still is at the end of this, but there's, I wouldn't say this is a perfect, happy, rosy ending, but there's certainly hope. And I do like this end section. That's something that happens clearly as well. Not just as he gets older, but increasingly poetic as this goes along. And I don't know, perhaps the last bit is a bit too poetic. I don't know. I tend not to like things getting too poetic in my writing. I like to try and keep them more human. That I think it works. I think it needs the poetry to convey the sense of hope there, because it is hope, and that's massively important. It's not implying you have to. It's more saying this is what is happening. Some people never escape. I suppose that's what I think it is. I don't think it's implying that. I think this is the situation some people find themselves in and feel stuck in. The reverse of that is by saying that, to give the opposite message and say they don't have to just be stuck, could also be implying that it's their fault, that they should be doing something more, and it's their fault if they haven't, which is the wrong message. So I guess what I'm saying there is you could always interpret something in a negative light. I don't think any of that's how it come across. I think this is someone's situation, and that's what it can be like. Or as much as I try to understand it, I've never been in this situation. I don't know. I don't know. I think the opening where they think the dad is amazing, but mention that he says his mother is useless. It's strongly hitting abusive done it. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And she agrees at first. The daughter agrees that the mum's useless because that's the message that's spread, and it takes quite a bit to think differently. But even when she does, she's angry at her mum for not being able to protect her. And that's a hard dynamic that comes into it as well, isn't it? And whether you feel that anger's fair or not, because a mum should be able to protect you, but sometimes they can't, and it's all just really, really hard, and everybody feels like it's their fault, I guess, a bit. Also, I don't think it says that this individual cannot leave, only that for this character it feels like she can't. Yeah, I think that's what it is. There's a lot of talk about being trapped. That whole bit in the bathroom about being like a prison. Poetic ending works because she is leaving with hopes of being an artist, maybe. That's true as well, I didn't think of that, yeah. How long do you usually take to write a story till you feel it's finished, or finished enough? If we're talking a novel, then forever, because I've been working on that for years and it's still not done. And it's pretty good, but I'm going through with an editor at the moment. I work on 3 chapters at a time, and I send them. I've already got a draft written, but I go over it again for myself just to make sure I'm happy with it. And then I send them to my editor, and then she comes back with all sorts of suggestions and things to make it even better in ways I never considered, and then I'll rework on that and send those 3 again, and then she might send them back with more suggestions, and we keep going back and forth until those 3 are done, and then we move on to the next 3. That's where I'm at that now. If it's a novel, it takes me forever. Short stories like this, they were all written incredibly quickly. I remember I've got all of these handwritten, in fact, in an ugly notebook I have. I don't like buying really posh, good-looking notebooks because you feel too you feel too guilty writing in them. You feel like you got to write something really good, otherwise it's a waste of a posh notebook. But originally, I wrote a first draft of all of these handwritten in a book quite quickly, in an hour or two for each one, and then I typed it up and edited it. And I assume the editing took a lot longer. I don't know. It was a weird experience. I remember writing these stories. Some of them just happened, and this one made a lot of sense because this is a summary of the entire collection. I mean, it's a lot of things. It's someone going through each room in their house, almost like a one last look before they break away. But with each room they go through, that aging. And it's also lots of the imagery in here calls back to each of the stories. So it's kind of like going through a one last look of all the stories in the collection as well. Like, the beginning is very much Nema The Puddle. There's rain dripping on a toast, like the dragon cloud we had earlier. There's obviously the mention of a bear. I don't know where Email Man is in here. I don't know if that is in there. The Rock on the River, there's something about that on TV, I think, wasn't there? I don't know where the key is either. Is that in here? A key in the lock? That must be somewhere. I don't know. I remember that being something I was keen to do with this, though. I don't know what it is about the key in the lock. Maybe it's just the whole idea of boxing up a house. I assume there's a reference to it somewhere. And they were all supposed to be kind of in order as you go through and then get to the end. Which I liked as an idea. The imagery is similar to Anne Sexton's transformations, and overall the overall stories are something similar to James Joyce's Dubliners anthology. If people want to misinterpret something, they will. Yeah, I don't know why I'm worrying about how people interpret it when the whole point of art is you're free to interpret it in whatever way you feel, you know? I might interpret how I want, but you're not. I mean, if you wanted them to think about it in a certain way, you wouldn't write. You'd write an essay, wouldn't you, rather than a piece of art? I can see why you'd be angry. I never was angry with my mum. I was happy to be a shield and protect her with my brother as much as I could as a child. That's the other side to it, isn't it? I guess that the wanting to protect her. And that kind of inverse, where the mum's supposed to protect you, but somehow you feel that you need to help out. And that can be quite I suppose, there's a positive in that, I guess, a bonding, perhaps, but it's also a horrible experience and a lot of pressure to put in anyone's position at that age. It's so easy to make children feel shamed or guilty or bad about themselves. It's sad how easy that is and how much it happens. These are so good. I'm a bit jealous of your writing in a good way. I mean, yeah, I said this could be embarrassing when I started. I don't feel that. I've come out of this feeling really positive about these stories. That's impressive you could process that situation like that, Lara. You can be proud of yourself. Yeah. Things like that I love best about YouTube. How people can open up like that and get such support and positivity. I knew it wasn't her fault, but I did. Childhood can be the worst. It should be amazing. It's that classic saying people say about. It's a lot of things. There's a lot of different things. Childhood. It's all a mix. But when people say childhood years are the best of your life, or school years are the best of your life, and it's like, well, not for everyone. Don't make them feel bad for not enjoying and being happy at the moment in their lives, as though it only gets worse from there. That's not a great thing to say. I don't know. It's bittersweet, this one. It sits with me a bit, this one. Makes me almost grip my teeth. The emotion that comes out in this one. And the relief at the somewhat hopeful ending. Have to sign off. Thank you so much for sharing your work. Glad your bund's got the help it needs. Yeah. Now we just got to actually have it happen. It feels like a good place to stop. I really need to eat. It's 7:45 here. My stomach feels starving. So I'm going to finish now. I don't know what I'll rate that one. I really like that one, actually. I like how it all comes together. I've not given any of them a 9. I'm giving that one a 9. Screw it. That's my favourite of the ones we've read tonight. Perhaps because it comes with the added context of how it pulls the collection together. It's just quite powerful, but there's also some quite playful moments in there at the same time. I'm glad this one isn't just full-blown seriousness. You know, I'm glad there is a bit of humour in there still. Yeah. This is an amazing experience. I didn't expect to spend my afternoon here like this. Thank you so much. Thank you as well. I mean, there's not been many people on. There's only 11 at the moment. Last time I saw it, there was like 25 at the most. So it's not a great audience to appeal to, but it doesn't matter with something like this. It's just nice. In a way, it's nicer that there's not too many people. Are you planning on saving a live stream? I am. I don't know how you do that, though. I don't know how I did it last time. I think it just comes up, isn't it, when you end it? I assume it will come up with the option. If it doesn't, oh, it's a shame losing this. I'm going to end it now. So, yeah, thank you again. Thank you for everything. Thank you for Lennon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying this experience. Not making it just awkwardly me talking pretty much to myself. Thanks. And I'm terrible at ending things, so I'm just going to click end